Microsoft Azure is one of the leading cloud service providers in the cloud infrastructure market. It offers more than 200 products and cloud services from data centers worldwide. Various organizations across the globe have adopted Azure services, which includes the largest enterprises, fastest growing startups, and leading government agencies. This actually leads to many job offerings for a skilled Azure professional. So if you're planning to start your career in Microsoft Azure, you've come to the right place. Hey guys, I welcome you all to this interesting full course video on Microsoft Azure. Without any further ado, let's take a look at today's agenda. We will start a session with a quick introduction to cloud and cloud computing, where we will understand what exactly is cloud computing and the various service and deployment models in cloud computing. Next, we'll understand what is Microsoft Azure and how Microsoft Azure portal works. Moving on, in the third module, we will discuss about a prominent service offered by Azure, which is Azure Virtual Machine, and learn how you can create a virtual machine in Azure. In the next module, we will discuss about Azure Storage Services, in which we'll talk about why Azure Storage, the difference between database and storage, and what are the different components of Azure Storage. Next, we'll discuss about Azure Virtual Network. In this module, we will understand what is Azure Virtual Network and how to use virtual networks to secure your application running on Azure Cloud. Moving on, in our next module, we will discuss about Azure Active Directory. In this module, we will understand what exactly is Microsoft Azure Active Directory and other related terms to it, like tenants, domain services, and so on. Next, we'll understand how to integrate application with Azure Active Directory. Moving on to our next module, we will discuss about Azure Kubernetes Service or AKS. In this module, we will discuss what is Azure Kubernetes Service and how does it work. Next, we will talk about Azure Pricing, in which we will discuss about Azure Pay-as-you-go pricing model and about reserved instance pricing. Moving on, we will discuss about Azure Certification. In this module, we will discuss what is Azure Certification, the types of Azure Certification, and how can you prepare for Azure Certification. Next, we'll take a look at the comparison between top 3 cloud service providers, which are AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud Platform. And finally, we will conclude the session with Azure interview question and answers. And guys, if you like our video, do not forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to never miss an update from the Edureka channel. Also, if you're looking for an online training certification in Microsoft Azure, check out the link given in the description box below. Now starting with our full course.
Firstly, let's understand why cloud. To understand this, we need to understand the situation that existed before cloud came into existence. So what happened back then? Well, firstly, in order to host a website, you had to buy a stack of servers. And we all know that servers are very costly. So that meant we ended up paying a lot of money. Next was the issue of traffic. Now, as we all know, if we are hosting a website, we are dealing with traffic that is not constant throughout the day. And that meant more pain. We would understand that as we move further. And the other thing was monitoring and maintaining your servers. Yes, this is a very big problem. Now, all these issues, they led to certain disadvantages. What are those? As I mentioned, servers are very costly. Yes, the setup was again costly, and thus you ended up paying a lot of money. And there were other factors contributing to this point. Let's discuss those as well. One, troubleshooting was a big issue. Since you're dealing with a business, your prime focus is on taking good decisions so that your business does well. But if you end up troubleshooting problems or you focus more on infrastructure related issues, then you cannot focus more on your business, and that was a problem. So either you had to do multitasking or you had to hire more people to focus on those issues. Thus, again, you ended up paying more money. As I've discussed, the traffic on a website is never constant. And since it varies, you are not certain about its patterns. Say, for example, I need to host a website. And for that, what I decide is I'm reserving 2 petabytes of total memory for my usage based on the traffic. But as the traffic varies, there would be times when the traffic is high and my whole 2 petabytes of data is consumed, or space is consumed rather. But what if the traffic is very low for certain hours of the day? I'm actually not utilizing these servers. So I end up paying more money for the servers than I should be. So yes, upscaling was an issue. So all these things were an issue because we were paying more money. We did not have sufficient time to take our decisions properly. There was ambiguity, there was more trouble monitoring and maintaining all these resources. And apart from that, one important point which we need to consider is the amount of data that is being generated now and that was being generated then. Then it was okay. But nowadays, if you take a look at it, the amount of data that is generated is huge. And this is another reason why cloud became so important. Yeah, as I've mentioned, the data. Now, we all know that everything is going online these days. And what that means is we shop online, we buy food online, we do almost everything that is required, as in whatever information we need, we get everything online. Your bookings, your reservations, everything can be taken care of. That means we have a lot of data that is being generated these days, and this is digital data. Back in those times, we were communicating through verbal discussions and all those things, so through paperwork, and that was a different data to maintain. Since everything is moving on cloud or moving online, the amount of data that we have is huge these days. And then when you have this huge amount of data, you need a space where you can actually go ahead and maintain this data. So yes, again, there was a need of this space. And all these issues, that is your cost, your monitoring, your maintenance, providing sufficient space, everything was taken care by cloud. So let us try to understand what this cloud is exactly. Well, think of it as a huge space that is available online for your usage. Now, this is a very generic definition to give you. To be more specific, I would be saying that think of it as a collection of data centers. Now, data centers again are a place where you store your data or you host applications basically. So, when you talk about these data centers, they were already existing. So, what did cloud do differently? Well, what cloud did was it made sure that you are able to orchestrate your various functionings, your applications, managing your resources properly by combining all these data centers together through a network and then providing you the control to use these resources and to manage them properly. To make it even more simpler, I would say there was a group of people or organizations basically that went ahead and bought these servers, these compute capacities, storage places, compute services, and all those things. And they have their own channel or network. All you have to do was go ahead and rent those resources only to the amount you need it and also for the time that you need it. So, yes, this is what cloud did. It let you rent the services that you need and use only those services that you need. So, you ended up paying for the services that you rented and you ended up saving a lot of money. The other thing is these service providers, they take care of all the issues like your security, your underlying infrastructures, and all those things. So you can freely focus on your business and stop worrying about all these issues. So this is what cloud is. In simple words, it's a huge space which has all these services available, and you can just go ahead and pick and rent those services that you want to use. So what is cloud computing? Well, I've already discussed that. Just to summarize it, I would say it is nothing but an ability, or it is a place where you can actually store your data, you can process it, and you can access it from anywhere in the world. Now, this is an important point. Say, for example, you decide to choose a region for your infrastructure somewhere in US. You can sit in maybe China or maybe in India, and you can still have access to all your resources that is there in US. All you need is a good internet connection. So that is what cloud does. It makes the world accessible. It lets you have your applications wherever you want to and manage them the way you want to. Next, we would be discussing different service models. Now, you need to understand one thing. You are being offered cloud services, the platform to use your services or your applications basically. But then different people have different requirements. There are certain people who just want to consume a particular resource, or there are certain people who actually want to go ahead and create their own applications, create their own infrastructure, and all those things. So, based on these needs, we have particular service models, that is, your cloud providers provide you with a particular model which suits your needs. So let us try to understand these models one by one. Well, we have these three models, that is your IaaS, your PaaS, and your SaaS. I would be discussing them in the reverse order. That is, I would be talking about SaaS first, and then I would go upwards. So let us start with SaaS or SaaS. SaaS is nothing but a software as a service. Now, what happens here is basically you're just consuming a service which is already being maintained and handled by someone else. To give you a valid example, we have a Gmail. All you do is you send mail to people and you receive mails. And whatever functionality you do is you just use the service that is there. You do not have to maintain it. You do not have to worry about upscaling, downscaling, security issues, and all those things. Everything is taken care by Google. Say, for example, your Gmail is what I'm talking about. Google manages everything here. So all you have to worry about is consuming that service. Now, this model is known as software as a service, that is SaaS. Next, we have PaaS, that is platform as a service. Now here, you are provided with a platform where you can actually go ahead and build your own applications. To give you an example, we have our Google App Engine. Now, when you talk about Google App Engine, what you can do is you can go ahead and you can create your own applications and you can put it on Google App Engine so that others can use it as well. So in short, you're using that platform to create your own applications. And lastly, we have IaaS, that is Infrastructure as a Service. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, the whole infrastructure is provided to you so that you can go ahead and create your own applications. That is, an underlying structure is given to you. Based on that, you can go ahead and choose your operating systems, the kind of technology you want to use on that platform, the applications you want to build, and all those things. So that is what an IaaS is, Infrastructure as a Service, basically. So these were the different models that I wanted to talk about. Now, this is the architecture that gives you a clear depiction as in what happens as far as these service models are concerned. Now, you have something called as your SaaS. Now, here, as you see, all you're doing is you're consuming your data, that's it, or using it. Everything else is managed by your vendor, that is your applications, runtime, middleware, OS, virtualization, servers, networking, everything. As far as your PaaS is concerned, your data and applications are taken care by you. That is, you can go ahead, you can build your own applications, you can use the existing platform that is provided to you. And finally, you have your IaaS. Now, what happens here is only the basic part, that is your networking, storage, servers, and virtualization is managed by your vendor, deciding what middleware, OS, runtime, applications, and data that resides on your end. You have to manage all these things. That is, you're just given a box of car, for example, or maybe parts of car. You go ahead and you fix it and you use it for your own sake. That is what IaaS is. To give you another example, think of it as eating a pizza. Now, there are various ways of doing that. One, you order it online. You sit at home, you order the pizza, it comes to your place, you consume it. That is more of your SaaS, that is software as a service. You just consume the service. Next is your platform as a service. Now, when I say platform as a service, you can think of it as going to a hotel and eating a pizza. Say, for example, I go there, they have the infrastructure, as in I have tables, chairs, I have to go sit, just order the pizza, it is given to me, I consume it and I come back home. And IaaS, now this is where you go ahead and bake your own pizza. You have the infrastructure, you buy it from somewhere or whatever it is, you use your pizza, you put it in an oven, you put spices, all those things, and you eat it. Now this is the difference between these three services. I hope that now it is a little bit more clear to you. So let us move further and discuss the next topic, that is the different deployment models that are there. Now, when you talk about deployment models, you can also call them as different types of clouds that are there in the market. We have these three types, that is your public cloud, your private cloud, and your hybrid cloud. Let us try to understand these one by one. Now, as the name suggests, the public cloud, it's available to everyone. You have a service provider who makes these services or these resources available to people worldwide through the internet. It is an easy and very inexpensive way of dealing with the situation, because all you have to do is you have to go ahead and rent this cloud and you're good to use, and it is available publicly. Next, we have the private cloud. Now, this is a little different. Here, you are provided with this service and you can actually go ahead and create your own applications. And since it's a private cloud, you're protected by a firewall and you do not have to worry about various other issues that are there at hand. And next we have our hybrid cloud. Now it is a combination of your private cloud and your public cloud. Say, for example, you can go ahead and build your applications privately. You can use them, you can consume them, you can use them efficiently. When you sense that peak in your traffic, you can actually move it to public. That is, you can move it to the public cloud and even others can have access to it and they can use it. So these are the three basic deployment models that are there for your exposure or your usage rather, and you can go ahead and use those as well. I hope this was clear to all of you. So let us move further and try to understand the next topic, that is different cloud providers that are there in the market. Now, as I've mentioned, what happened was since cloud came into existence, quite a few people went ahead and they bought their own infrastructure and now they rent these services to other people. And when you talk about this infrastructure, there are quite a few people out there who are actually providing these cloud services to different people across the globe. Now, when you talk about these cloud providers, the first thing that should come to your mind is Amazon Web Services, because it is highly popular and it leaves other cloud providers way behind. The reason I'm saying this is the numbers that talk about Amazon Web Services. To give you an example, if you talk about its compute capacity, it is 6 times larger than all the other service providers that are there in the market. Say, for example, if you talk about the other service providers in the market, if their compute capacity combined was X, Amazon Web Services alone gives you a capacity of 6x, which is huge. Apart from that, it's flexible pricing and various other reasons, that is the services it provides and all those things. It is rightly a global leader. And the fact that it had a head start, that is, it started way before many other services that are there in the market, it actually gained popularity. And now we see quite a few organizations going ahead and using Amazon Web Services. Apart from that, we have Microsoft Azure, which is a Microsoft product. And we all know that when Microsoft decides to do something, they expect that they kill all the competition that is there in the market. It is still not in terms with Amazon Web Services or few other service providers that are there in the market, but not very neck to neck. But it is probably the second best when you talk about Amazon Web Services or the cloud service providers in the market. So, yep, it has a lot of catching up to do when you compare it with Amazon Web Services, but it is still a very good cloud service provider that is there in the market. Then we have something called as Google Cloud Platform. Again, a very good cloud provider in the market. Now, why am I saying this? We all know the infrastructure that Google has to offer to you. It is one of the best search engine that is there in the market, and the amount of data they deal with every day is huge. So they are the pioneers when you talk about big data and all those things, and they know how to actually handle this amount of data and how to have an infrastructure that is very good. That is why they have a very good facility, and that leads to it being one of the cheapest service providers in the market. Yes, there are certain features that GCP offers which are better even than Amazon Web Services when you talk about its pricing. And the reason for it is it has various other services that are there. What it does is it helps you optimize various costs. How? It uses analytics and various other ways by which it can optimize the amount of power you use. And that leads to less usage of power. And since you're paying less for power, that is, providers are paying less for power, you end up paying less for your services as well. So that is why it is so cost efficient. Then there are other service providers, that is, we have DigitalOcean, we have Terramark, we have IBM, which is again very popular. But that is a discussion for some other time. As far as these service providers go, these are the major ones. That is, we have Amazon Web Services, we have Microsoft Azure, we have GCP, which are talked about a lot. This was about the basic cloud providers and the basic intro which I wanted you all to have. So the next topic of discussion is, what is Azure? So when you talk about cloud computing vendors, one of the popular vendors is Microsoft Azure. So let us try to understand what Microsoft Azure does in particular. Let's go through the definition. Let's try to understand what do these pointers mean, and then probably see how we can relate to the actual concept. So if you go by the definition, this is what it says. Microsoft Azure is a set of cloud services which help you organize, manage, or meet their particular business needs. What it also does is it ensures that you have the freedom to build, manage, deploy your applications on massive global network, and it lets you do that using your favorite tools and frameworks. Let me give you a clearer picture on these things as well. As I've already mentioned, Microsoft Azure is a cloud vendor or a service provider. They provide you with various cloud computing services. Now, these services encompass from services like computing, storage, database, monitoring, compliance, security, and various other services. If you talk about anything that relates to computing, almost everything is taken care by this particular vendor, whether it's analytics, whether it has to do something with marketing, creating chatbots, IoT. Well, it has room for most of the needs that you might have for computing. So if you talk about Azure services in particular, there are some around 100 or more services that cater all your needs. So you might want to again visit Azure's website as well and take a look at those services. As we get into the portal part, we would be taking a look at some of those services as well. So yes, it provides you with various services, and it gives you freedom to build, manage, and deploy your applications on a global network. That means you probably might be residing in some country, maybe say India, and you wish to build your applications and host them in USA. You can do that by using a cloud platform, and you do not have to go to USA. You can do that by being in India. So it gives you this freedom. Why? Because all you need to do is you need to go ahead and launch certain instances, spawn certain instances, put data on top of it, put applications on top of it, and your application and your business model is up and running. So it is that simple. I mean, you just call in certain services and you make use of those. And how is this possible? It is due to vendors like Microsoft Azure. Plus, it lets you use the tool of your choice, framework of your choice. The fact that Microsoft Azure itself has a huge stack of products, it lets you readily integrate all these tools into this framework or into this domain, and you can actually use all those tools on your cloud platform. If there are certain open source tools as well, Microsoft Azure probably is more capable these days to incorporate those tools and services as well. So if you're working on something in some programming language, on some framework, probably you can move the existing work on your cloud as well. You might need to get into the details of the documentation process, but yeah, that is possible as well. So this is what Microsoft Azure is in general. I just talked about the fact that how easy it is to actually go ahead and carry out your business processes or computing processes on Microsoft Azure. So what makes it this easy for you to actually go ahead and use all these services on this particular platform? Well, one of the major reason is its portal. Azure portal actually helps you do a lot of things that basically simplifies your work of cloud computing. So let us just go ahead and take a look at what this Azure portal does. Before I start about Azure portal, I would like to inform you that we would be opening Azure's portal and then we would be understanding what this portal is, what are the services it helps you with, and how it actually relates or combines all the stuff that cloud has to offer to you. So to do that, let me just quickly switch into the console part and we can just get started with the remaining part as well. So guys, what I've done is I've gone ahead and I've switched into Microsoft Azure portal. So for people again who are completely new to cloud computing, they might ask as in what is this Azure portal and how do I get to this portal? So this is what the link is. It is portal.azure.com. If you are a completely new person to this particular page or this website, you would be required to sign in and create an account. Now, as you can see, I already have an account here. It is a fresh account. The reason I've chosen a fresh account is I wanted this dashboard to be clean so that we could go through certain pointers. However, there are certain applications that are running which would help us to understand certain pointers which otherwise you wouldn't have. So this is a perfect account for me. Apart from that, if you need to have this account, as I've already mentioned, you would have to go ahead and create a particular account. How do you do that? You visit this link, that is portal.azure.com. Once you do that, it would ask you to sign in and put in certain details. So when you do sign in or sign up, you'd have to enter certain details like your email ID, contact details, and why do you want to use this account. One pointer you need to consider is Microsoft Azure would ask you to enter your credit or debit card details. Now, do not worry, they do not charge you unnecessarily. What happens is this is a free tier account where Microsoft Azure would give you certain credit limit, maybe 12,000, 15,000, something like that. I do not remember the exact number, but it is somewhere around 10 to 15,000 in that range. 10 to 15,000 Indian rupees because I am based in India right now, so I'm talking about Indian rupees. When you talk about it in dollars, I think it is somewhere around $200. So based on where your account exists, in that local currency, you would be given certain amount, which you can spend for 1 month and use all these services for free. So yes, you have sufficient time to explore all the resources. What Microsoft Azure does is it asks you to enter your credit card or debit card details. That is, once you exceed these limits, you might be charged because all these services have a certain cap on that. Don't mistake it for the fact that you'd be charged because these limits are fairly high and probably you won't be charged in any way, but still you would be wanting to get through the documentation as in how much would you be charged. But before that, I would suggest that you actually go ahead and enter in all these details, create an account, and once you have an account, probably you can go through the pricing models as well to avoid getting billed in case if you actually go ahead and exceed these limits, which is very less likely to happen. So that being said, we have an account. If you do create an account and sign in, this is what your interface would look like. And this is something we call it as the Microsoft Azure portal. So let us try to understand what does this portal has to offer. What are the components that are there? Now, as you can see on the screen on your left hand side, you have all the services that are listed. Now, these are the most commonly used services. When I say services, most of them are domains, as in these domains have more services under them. So domains and the services that you can see here on this part, there is an option called as create a resource using which you can actually create these resources as well. Then you have this dashboard. It is blue in color for now. Let me see whether the color changes. Yep, as you can see, the color has changed. So if you double click on this dashboard, the color would change. So you can probably customize it to meet the needs. For now, let me just stick to the standard version, which is this. So you have the freedom of changing the color and all the stuff that happens, the applications you launch, you can actually go ahead and have a picture of these things on your dashboard. How do you do that? Probably you can choose first of all which dashboard you want to use. If you have multiple dashboards, you can do that. As you can see, this is one dashboard which has certain things pinned here. You can unpin those things and you can pin in all your applications to this dashboard. You can click on those applications and you have an option of pinning them to the dashboard. Next thing that you can do here is when you actually launch an application, there is this notification panel where you would be notified as in what has happened. If you've launched an instance maybe, and you want your virtual machine or your application that is running on top of it to be on your dashboard, here you'd be given an option. Do you want to pin it to the dashboard? And you can say yes, and immediately it gets pinned on the dashboard. Now, what benefit does this particular thing serve? I mean, what would I get if I actually go ahead and pin it here? The thing is, based on your business model, I mean, this is a fairly simple demo, so we do not have too many applications that we are talking about. But as your business grows, probably you might be dealing with a number of servers, a number of applications. So you might want particular information which is readily accessible to you. So you can probably pin those things on your dashboard. You get stats on those dashboards. If there are certain insights, you can actually have a plugin for analytics, which gives you reports and all those things. It readily integrates with Power BI, which is a very powerful data visualization tool using which you can actually have all the insights that you need. So yes, this is what the dashboard is. You have all the options here. You can create a new dashboard. You can upload files, download files. You can edit it, share the stuff that is there on your dashboard. You can probably maximize the screen size as well, clone certain dashboards and delete it here and here. So when you talk about dashboards, you have all the features. Now this is your Cloud Shell, guys. So what does a Cloud Shell do basically? So when I say a Cloud Shell, as I've already mentioned, you have your portal using which you can launch applications and you can do all the stuff right away. But at times you might be required to use command prompt. You might be required to hard code certain things. And how do you do that? You click on Cloud Shell where you can use it through the command prompt medium as well. Cloud Shell is the command prompt which is provided by Microsoft Azure. Apart from that, you have settings where you can actually go ahead and modify the settings. As you can see, this is the theme. You can change the theme here as well if you want. Some other features which you would want to explore, you can just go ahead and explore all the settings, delete certain settings, private dashboards as well. That boils down to your requirement. If you are unable to figure certain things on yourself or on your own, you'd want to actually go ahead and check in what the support has to offer to you as well. Feedback, you can submit feedback whether you're happy or not. And this is your account. If you click on this link, whether changing your passwords and stuff like that, all those things would be taken care of here. So guys, yeah, this is pretty much the dashboard. I mean, you can click on these services and you can just explore those services. If you have a particular requirement, you can type it here. Say if I type Azure bot service, if there is something or any service that is related to this, any documents as well, that would be popping up here and you can actually go ahead and direct or redirect yourself to those services from this mode as well. So yep, this is pretty much the interface, guys, the portal which I wanted you people to see. But let's not keep it this basic for now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create something. So if I click on this create option, it gives me an option of the stuff. I mean, I can choose, say for example, for now it says Windows Server VM, which means that it would launch a virtual machine, guys, which is Windows Server 2016 VM. Now, let me tell you what a VM is for people who are completely new. This might be basic for people who have some experience of cloud computing and they might wonder as in why am I talking about these small little things, but probably we have people around who are completely new. So for them, I might get into the details of certain basic topics as well. So when you talk about a virtual machine, what we do is suppose I am running a particular application and it is supported by a particular operating system, say Windows in this case. So I want my architecture to support that particular operating system, right? But when you talk about larger applications, you might not always work on a particular environment. Your environment might change. So what cloud computing does is it readily lets you launch these virtual machines that can deal with different environments. And yet all these virtual machines can be under one network and they can stay connected under one VPC or one virtual network basically. So yes, you can run multiple environments. You can have multiple applications running on different platforms and stuff like that. So this is one service that lets you do that. That is virtual machines offered by Microsoft Azure. And you have something called as web app, which lets you launch web applications. It is more platform as a service kind of an application. So what is a platform as a service application? Here, a complete platform is provided to you by a vendor. You just enter in certain details and it does everything for you. It launches virtual machines. I talked about having different environments, right? So when you click on a virtual machine and create one using Microsoft Azure, you have to specify details like the security group, IAM users, what network it lies under, and then you have to go ahead and manually install softwares, run your applications on top of it. But when you use something as platform as a service, what it does is it launches all this platform already. So your VM basically, which I talked about, is your infrastructure as a service where just the infrastructure is given to you. And on top of it, you do everything. But in PaaS,
your vendor does everything for you. They launch this instance in the background, all the services that I mentioned, as in assigning security groups, security, IAM users, assigning it a network. All these things are taken care by your vendor. Even the platform that you choose, that is set up by your vendor. All you do is you just put in your data there. So this is platform as a service. So when you talk about Microsoft Azure, your web apps, basically when you create a web app, it is a PaaS service. All you have to do is just go ahead and enter a name, say sample app for me. You have to select the subscription. For now, it is the company's account that I'm using. It would create a resource group on its own, as you can see. And then all I have to say is create. So it has selected an operating system. Whether it wants to use a code or a Docker image, it is up to it, right? So it would take care of everything that is happening here, guys. My application would be launched right away. As you can see, I have been notified already that the deployment is in progress. It might take maybe half a minute or minute and a half maybe for this deployment to complete. I mean, all the processes that I talked about, those are happening in the background right now. And once those processes complete, I can actually go ahead and launch my application. So this would be a very basic application, guys. And as I've already mentioned, when you have a dashboard, it would ask you, do you want to pin your application to the dashboard? And if I say yes, it would pin it there directly. Let's hope that it happens quicker. See, it says pin to the dashboard. I would say yes. And there you go. It has been pinned to the dashboard. I can delete it, unpin it, and do whatever I want to. I can click on it and the application would open for me. So this is what the interface does. It gives me certain options, guys. I can check in the activity log, what all has happened in this application. If I click on this icon, it would give me the information. The operations, see, this is the operation name, that is write sites. So it has written a site. Access controls, who gets to control this application in particular. If you need a quick start guide, you can come here. Deployment slots, you can take a look at that as well. Application settings, you can click on this and you'd be getting all the settings. If you want to make a change to that, you can do that as well. The version, what application are you using and stuff like that. Configuration preview, click on this, certain other details would be given. So what framework are you using and stuff like that. Authentication process, guys, if you click on this icon, it would give me details about that as well. So if I scroll down, I come here, I have quite a few other things which I can actually look at. So if you are interested in these things, you can just come here and explore as in what is happening here. So this is pretty much it. I mean, the application has been launched. So if you take a look at it, it would give you details. What is the resource group that you're using? What is the URL? Where is it located? It is located in central US, guys. So see, I'm based in India right now and I've launched an application at a data center based in USA. So that is what you can do. And if you click on this link, it would tell you that your application is up and ready. So yes, a simple application has been created. So this interface, that is Microsoft Azure's portal, is fairly easy to use, fairly nice to use, and there are quite a few things which you can do. I've talked about certain basic things only. There are quite a few things that you can explore. I would suggest that you do go ahead and explore all these resources. As you can see that this has been done. If you want to take a look at some of the services here, you can actually go ahead and say all services, and it would give you details about all the services, all the resources. Yes, you click here and you have all the resources that are available to you. You can actually go ahead and modify your search as well. You can decide which resource group you want to view your data into. For now, I have these many resource groups that are there, which are running because this is an account that belongs to someone else. So this is my resource group. I can actually go ahead and select which resource groups I want to use to shortlist this data. Here's the information about all the resources. You can modify them, delete them, work on those, and do all the stuff that is required. If you go back to the dashboard, you would be taken here. If you open, you have all the other information again, diagnosis, application insights. You can install certain plugins that give you all these insights as well. For now, one more thing that you need to know is if there are certain applications that might charge you on the longer run, you'd want to get rid of those resources once your usage is done. You can just go ahead and delete those resources as well. Type the name of the app. It says it is sample app for me, if I'm not wrong. There you go. You can just go ahead and delete this application and it will delete that application for you guys. It's fairly simple, guys. The application has been deleted as well. So yes, you're free to actually go ahead and explore this particular portal. And I hope that you'd be having a lot of things to do.
What is a virtual machine? So it's like we say additional operating system running on current machine, right? That's nothing but a virtual machine. But when it comes to Azure, right, it's like you're creating a machine as if it's your own, right? So let's look at the formal and the technical definition of it. So basically in computing, a virtual machine is nothing but an emulation of a computer system, right? It's the same, it's like it's your laptop, okay? Virtual machines are based on computer architecture and provide functionality of a physical computer. Their implementation may involve specialized hardware, software, or a combination, okay? So now when we are creating a virtual machine on Azure, right, you will feel as if you are working on your laptop, right? So it's a virtual machine. So now virtual networks, as in we will be creating a network and then machines will be able to talk to each other within the same network, right? So as in the technical definition of virtual network says that it acts as a communication channel between resources launched in the cloud, right? Now let's say that you do have two virtual machines, okay? Let's say virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2. So if both the virtual machines are connected to the same virtual network, or if both the virtual machines are there in the same virtual network, so if you log into this machine and if you say ping this machine, right, you'll start getting the responses. Okay, so as in these two machines will be able to talk to each other, right? So we will see that in today's session. But yeah, virtual network, as in the machines within the virtual network will be able to communicate to each other, right? Or what we say technically, we say that it will be acting as a communication channel between resources launched in the cloud. Why are we saying virtual? Because there are no physical wires involved in connecting these resources, right? So that's why we say that it's nothing but it's a virtual network. Okay. Now, what is a virtual network? So basically, Azure Virtual Network, right? It's a representation of your own network in the cloud. As in, you have, like I told you, right? You have, let's say that you have created a virtual network, and in that virtual network, you are creating two virtual machines. So those two machines will be able to talk to each other. Or it's like when you are creating a virtual network, it's nothing but it's a representation of your own network in the cloud. It's a representation of your own network in the cloud, and it is a logical isolation of the Azure cloud dedicated to your subscription. So subscription on something we'll see today. Okay. But it's like you are logically isolating your resources. Okay. Then what do we have? We do have subnets, right? So now each virtual network can be divided into subparts as well. So what do we have? We do have Azure subnets. So as in each virtual network, right? Again, it can be divided into subparts, and these are nothing but the subnets, right? And subnets are further configured using network security group. So this is nothing but a virtual network. So now what is happening? It's like we are dividing this into subparts. This is subnet 1, this is subnet 2, this is subnet 3. And then again, we can have network security groups. Okay. So now network, what is this network security group? So guys, this network security group is nothing but it's like a firewall, right? As in which will be filtering the traffic coming in and going out of your virtual machines, right? We are saying that we are creating a virtual network and all the machines within the same virtual network will be able to talk to each other, right? So now what we have, it's like we do have network security groups which are nothing but like firewalls. So they will see that okay, what kind of data is coming in and going out. Okay. So now this is the virtual network. Inside the virtual network, what do we have? We do have a subnet, right? So what we are doing, we are splitting this virtual network into subnet. And then what do we have? We do have a network security group, and this network security group is nothing but it's a firewall, right? It will be filtering the data. So now let me do the hands-on. So this is what we'll be doing. First of all, we will be creating a network security group. First of all, we'll create a network security group. Then we will be creating a virtual network. Okay, and then we will be creating two virtual machines, and then we will see how two virtual machines, like if those two virtual machines can talk to each other or not. Okay, so let me quickly go to this Azure portal. So this is how Azure UI looks like. Okay, so first of all, what you need to do is you need to create a network security group, right? And how do you create a group? So basically you will go to create resources and it says that okay, tell me what do you want to do. So I'm saying that I am interested in creating a network security group. So you have each and everything on this Azure portal. The only thing is you need to know like what do you need specific to your requirement. Okay. So if you click on create a resource, right, it will say tell me what do you want to create. So if you have anything to do related, if you have anything to do related with the AI and the machine learning, right? These are the things, right? Then let's say that you talk about compute. So let's say that you are interested in creating a virtual machine that says that yes, a virtual machine can be created. Now, if you are interested in creating a database, again, these are the things which can be created. Okay. So when it comes to the storage, right? So again, there are different options available for storage. So based on your need or based on your requirement, you can choose. Okay. So the main important thing is to understand like what you should be using for your requirement. So let's create a network security group. Okay. So it says create. Okay. So now what I need to do is it is asking me like tell me what is the name which you want to give, right? So now let's say I am saying demo webinar 2. Okay. Now this is the subscription. Subscription as in everything will be charged for this subscription. So here I'm using uh, the free trial one. Okay, and then this is the resource group. So resource group as in all the resources, doesn't matter if it is a storage account or if it is a virtual machine or if it is something related to AI and ML, they all will belong to this resource group. Okay, so if you do not have any, you can always click on create new. Okay, so as in you are just logically separating your resources and you are giving a name and you are saying that all my resources will belong to this resource group. Now let's say if I talk about dev, UAT and prod, right? So for those three, we can have different resource group, right? So that we can easily differentiate that these resources belong to dev or these resources belong to UAT or prod, right? So this resource group is nothing but it's a logical separation, right? So now what I am doing, I am creating a network security group, which is by the name of Demo Webinar 2. So now if you click on create, right, what it will be doing, it will start creating. So it will take some time. So let's wait. Validation successful. Now it is saying deployment in progress, right? So now these are the resources, right? So it says deployment in progress. Okay. After that, what you need to do is, so once you have created a security group, right? Now what you need to do is you need to create a virtual network, right? What you need to do is you need to create a virtual network. So here it says that deployments exceeded. So this is the network security group. And now for this network security group, right, you can see the overview, you can see the properties. It says this is the resource group name, correct. This is the location as in data for this will go to the data center which is present in East US. Then you see the inbound security rule, outbound security rule. Now, if you want to restrict the access, so it says access control, right? You can say that this user should be given the read-only access or the owner access or the contributor access. Those kind of things can be managed. And also, if you are interested in, modifying the inbound or outbound security rules, you can add any rule or you can change any rule. Then we do have network interfaces, right? Then we do have subnets. So as of now, we don't have anything, right? So let's go here and let's create a virtual network now. Okay. So guys, once you start working on it, right, you'll understand that creating something is not very difficult. It's very easy to use. Okay. So now let's create this virtual network. Okay. So when you say virtual, right, these are the things which you can create. You can create a virtual network gateway, WAN, virtual machine scale set, right? So, but what we are interested in doing, we are interested in creating a virtual network. Okay, so if you click on the documentation, right, it will take you to the official website of Microsoft. So now let's click on create. Okay, before that, why to create a virtual network? It is clearly saying that you can use virtual network to extend your data set, build a distributed application, build distributed applications as an, so whatever machines will be there in the same virtual network, right, they'll be able to talk to each other. So when it comes to the distributed applications, right, we want that communication should happen between among the machines, right? So that's nothing but as in, for the distributed applications, you will be creating the virtual network. And also it says remotely debug your applications. Like once we have created a VM, right, so we can do the RDP to the other machine, or we can ping and we can see what is happening, right? Okay, let's move on. Let's create a virtual network. Okay, so now you need to give a name, right? So let's say I am saying, okay, now this is the address space, let it be the default. Now resource group, right? So what is the resource group? Webinar demo, right? Location is East US. Now here you need to give the subnet name as well. Okay, so here I'll give virtual network. Oh, I'll give virtual network, and here I will give virtual subnetwork. Oh no, okay, let me just copy. Okay, virtual subnetwork. So now DOS, is that needed? Okay, so basically, for each and everything you'll be charged. So now if you say that, okay, you need DOS protection, and if you click on standard, right, prices will increase. So that's what we discussed, that you need to pay for whatever you're using. Okay, so you can get all the features. The only thing is cost will start increasing. Okay, but here we are saying basic, right? So now let's create this virtual network. Okay, can you show the supported? Yeah, it's succeeded, right? So yeah, this is the address space. Okay, so now if you go to the, this is the address range. Okay, so you have all the, whatever you want to change here, you can. It will show you the logs. I think we talked about this Azure application in, operation insight, right? This is what it is. So here you will get the data, you can run the query and it will give you the result. Okay, then it will show you the connected devices, like what all devices are connected to this, what are the subnets. Okay, this is the subnet. Then what is this firewall rules? Okay, no firewall exists in this virtual network as of now. Then service endpoints, properties, everything can be specified. Okay, so now if you go to the diagram, it will show you the connectivity, but as of now, we don't have anything, right? So here we do have a virtual network, and then we do have a virtual subnetwork, right? So now let's do one thing. Let's create a virtual machine. So what we will be doing, we will be creating two virtual machines. Okay, I'll go to compute. Okay, and I'll say virtual machine. So what is the resource group name? Resource group name is webinar demo, right? And here I need to give the virtual machine name. I am saying Sun VM1. Okay, this is the virtual machine name I am giving. This is the reason. This is the availability option. So now, guys, you know what we are saying? We are saying no infrastructure redundancy is required. As in, if something goes wrong, right, what you need is you always need a backup, right? What you need is you always need a backup. So as in, you can say that, okay, data should get redundant locally or to the availability zone or to the availability set. As in, again, we do have a different options where we can say that data should get redundant locally, as in within the same data center, or it should be there on the different data center or things like that. Okay, but whatever you choose, right, cost will start increasing. Now when it comes to the image, right, we will be taking Windows image. Okay, so here you will see Windows Server 2019. Okay, so I'm taking this image, but you see, you do have the option to choose Ubuntu, Red Hat, CentOS, Debian, whatever. Okay, so now what you're saying that for this machine, so here what we have is, so basically we are using Windows Server, right, and this is the size, right. Here what we will have one virtual CPU and 3.5 GB of memory, right. Now in here what you need to do is you need to admin role. So you need to give the username and the password. So let's say I am giving username as this, okay, and password I am giving as, okay, okay. Now here what I need to do is I need to basically, what it says, I need to specify the inbound port rules. It says select which virtual network port are accessible from public networks. So now what we are doing, we are selecting HTTP and RDP. Okay, so we are saying that these things should be allowed, right, over the internet. So now when you select this, right, it says that these ports will be exposed to the internet, right, and it says now you should have firewalls to monitor or to filter the data what is going out or what is coming in. Okay, it says save money. Okay, already have a Windows Server license. Basically, if you have a Windows Server license, while creating the virtual machine, you can use the same license. Okay, now next, disk. So now it says that for this virtual machine, what kind of disk you need. Okay, so for this, you can leave this as it is. Okay, so for disk, you can leave this as it is. Let me just do one thing here. For public inbound ports, I think we can let it none. Okay, I think so. Yeah, public inbound port, let's leave it as create a virtual machine. Okay, but let me just. Okay, now when we go to the disk, right, we can leave the default thing. So we are saying this operating system disk will be of type premium SSD. So we do have again options there. So you need to know what is the difference between premium, standard, and others, right? Let's go to networking. Yeah, right. So now this is where you need to say. Okay. So here what you are saying, basically virtual network, we have created it by the name of webinar demo, right? VNet. This was a subnet. And now for the public IP address, again, what we can do is we can leave it by default. Okay, it is reading. So now when it comes to the public inbound ports, right, here what we need to do is we need to say allow selected ports. So if we are doing it here, then we can go to the basic and we can change that. None. Okay, next disk, next networking. So here for networking, like for intercommunication, right? So we are selecting it to true. And we are saying that these ports should be allowed. Okay. Load balancing, again, if you say that, if there is more load, or let's say that, you're saying that you don't know how much load it will be getting tomorrow. So you want it to load balancing on its own. You can select this option. Again, you'll have to pay more. Okay. So now for management, you can leave it default. Now for monitoring, right, boot diagnostic, on guest diagnostic, and diagnostic storage account. So basically where the data will be stored for this. So if you click on create new, right, if you have created a storage account, right, so what you can do is it's like you can create a new one, otherwise you can leave it default, right? So I'm saying that okay, or let's say I'm giving it name as this is the storage account. So now for all these things, right, we can leave the default, like identity, whether it should be managing an identity or not, auto shutdown, backup, right? If you click on backup, right, it will say like what kind of backup you need. What is the policy? Is it a daily or what is that? Okay. But again, if you use it right, you'll have to pay. Next, advanced, right? So here now it's like we are done and we don't need to make any change here. So tags again, it's like you can say tags as in to in order to differentiate or in order to know, let's say that we are saying that this belongs to team 1, so you can give a tag there. So now review and create. When you do review and create, it will be doing the validation and it is showing the price. It is saying that this is the subscription, this is the price. It's like every hour you'll have to pay 7.73 rupees. Okay. So as in now you can use it as your own laptop. So every hour you'll be paying 7 rupees. Again, if you change something, right, the price will increase. So now create. Okay. Now meanwhile, let's do one thing. Let's create one more VM. Resource group was a webinar demo, right? Virtual machine name Sun VM2. Okay. Let it be default. Windows Server 2019, right? Now here I can give the okay and fine. Let it be the default. Next. Desk default. Next. Networking. It's already taking. Right here you need to allow and you need to say HTTP and RDP, right? And then next, management default. Here it's already taking the storage account which we had created. It's fine. Next, advanced. Next, tags, review and create. Let it create. Meanwhile, what we will do is we will connect the VM. We will connect to a VM from the internet. Okay. So now let's go to the resources. Let's just go to all resources and what was the name? Sun VM, right? This Sun VM1. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to connect to it from the internet. So for that, what we need to do is this is the option you see, right? Connect. So you are saying that you are interested in getting connected to this virtual machine. So let's say connect. Okay. So it's now in order to connect, right? What you need to do is you need to download this RDP file. Okay. You need to download this RDP file. So I have connected this RDP file. So now when you click on this, right, it will ask you the username and password which you had given while creating this virtual machine. So this is not the account, right? So I had given the username as Sun, right? And I'll give the password. Okay. There is a problem in the password. Let me just do it again. Right? So this is your machine. So it's like, you can use it as your personal laptop. So like you need to pay around 7 rupees per hour. And it's like you can delete this resource whenever you want. Okay. Now here you'll see everything. Okay. So it's like your laptop now. Okay. That's why we say that it's very easy to do things in Azure or in AWS. Within minutes everything will be up. So now it's not that the developers need to wait for the setup to be ready. You see how easy it is, right? Now what we need to do is we need to talk to the other machine, right, which we had created. So let's do one thing. Let me open the PowerShell and then we'll do ping. Okay. Here I'll say ping sun VM2. That was the name, right? If I'm not wrong. Now here you'll see request timeout. I'll tell you why. We need to set one rule to true. Okay. So it's like we were not able to connect. So the point is the ping is failing because ping uses the ICMP. Okay, and by default ICMP isn't allowed through the Windows firewall. So now what you'll have to do is, so it's like to allow to ping to, other VM, what we need to do is we need to set one rule to true. And what is that rule? So basically we'll say new net firewall rule, and it says display name allow, okay, ICMP v4 in, then what is the protocol? P is capital. Protocol, correct. Then here we need to say ICMP v4. Okay. So new net firewall rule, display name allow ICMP4 in, then protocol ICMP4. Okay. So now what it has done is it has set it to true, right? What it has done is it has set it to true. Now what we need to do is basically we'll close this and we'll get connected to VM. Okay, we'll get connected to another VM. Okay. Now if I go to this, I will go to 𝐶𝐼�VM, refresh. That won't work. Okay. Because we need to set the same thing there as well. Okay. 𝐶𝐼�VM2. Now what we need to do it? We need to say connect. Okay. Download RDP file. Connect. More choices, right? Different account. It will be okay. Now what I should do is I should open the, okay, let me just you see, you have started getting the reply, right? So here you see we are getting the reply. So basically what is happening? Machines are able to talk to each other now. Okay. The objective was to show you the creation of the virtual machines and also to show you like how virtual networks would be talking, like how the machines in the same virtual network would be talking to each other. And this concept can be used for implementing the distributed applications. Okay. So now it's like, you have your resources. So what you need to do is if you do not delete these, right, you'll get charged. Because you have reserved this is a storage account, right? So the storage, no, not this. Okay, so yeah, here if you go to the storage account, right, you'll see, right, this is the storage account which we had created, right? So now on this storage account, right, you can keep files whatever you want, data and all. So here let's say you say files, right? So here you will be able to keep the files or whatever you want.
Why do we actually need storage? All right, so for this, let's take an example first. Let's take a use case and see and understand what is the need of storage in today's era. All right, so for example, we have an image processing application. All right, so for this image processing application, we have given the user interface as a website. So around
say 1 million people can access my website and put in their request to process their image. All right, so we don't want the processing of the image to happen on the server which is hosting my website. I want it to be happening on some other server. All right, I want the processing to happen on a backend server. So for that, we have some backend servers. Now my request for the processing will come in from website servers. So I need a place wherein I'll be storing all the jobs, right? Which can be accessed by the backend server as well. So for that, I need an entity wherein I can dump in all the jobs which are there, which are to be done by the backend servers. Now, obviously, all the jobs cannot be done simultaneously by the backend servers, right? So say, like I said, there are like 1 million people who are accessing your website at once, and they put in 1 million requests, right? And your backend servers cannot process all the requests at once. So they will do it one by one, right? And they can do that with the help of this entity. They will pick up a job, do that job, and then go again back to the entity, pick up another job, go back to the entity, and so on. All right. So now when you have all the jobs in this entity, these jobs have to be distributed equally to the backend servers, right? Once that is done, once your backend servers process all the images which are there, or process an image which had some operations to be done on it, then the image has to be stored somewhere, right? Because you have to store the end result somewhere. So you will store all the properties like the name, the location of the image, everything on the database. But here comes the change. You cannot store an image on a database. I mean, you can actually do that, but when you look at the data that an image contained, it is all randomized. There is no structure in the data that an image has, or for that matter, any video file has, or any kind of file has, right? So that is the reason we need an entity to actually store this kind of data, so that the processing that is required to query this kind of data, which would have been there in the case when you would have stored your image in a database, right? In that case, a lot of processing is required if you try to query them. So we wanted the processing part to become less, the processing burden to become less, and hence we wanted an entity which can actually store any kind of file, let it be images, let it be video files, etc. Came in storage. So let's discuss the first case wherein we had to store the jobs, right? So when storage came in, now we can actually put in, say, 10,000 jobs per second inside this storage service without any overburden on any of the servers, be it backend servers or be it website servers, right? So the processing time has drastically reduced, and the jobs are now listed in the queue. So a queue is actually a service which is offered by storage, right? So now what backend servers will do is it will take up the job from there and execute it, and once they have executed, the job will be deleted and the next job will be queued. Next, when we talk about this section wherein we had to store images, so now any kind of file can be stored on the storage service which is offered by cloud. It's not only limited to the cloud. If you think about it, in your computer, in your own local computer, or in your mobile, you store some pictures, or you store some video files, right? And you store it inside a file system. It is not a database, it is a file system, and it can contain all the objects that you want to store. You do not store your objects inside a database. All right, so this is why storage is needed. Let's go ahead and understand what is the difference between storage and a database. So a storage is basically needed whenever you have objects, like I said. So when you have music files, whenever you have video files, whenever you have images, right? So in all these kind of cases, you use a storage kind of service. But when you have say something related to the metadata of a file, for example, when you store the file in the storage, you need to have the location of that particular file. You need to have the properties of that particular file. So all these things, all the properties, all the any location column that you want to add, all these are structured, right? They are not randomized, and hence they can be added inside a database. Be it SQL or NoSQL, it can be added. right? So this is the main difference. This is how you'll differentiate between using a storage and a database. Moving along, guys. So now we have understood what a database is, what a storage service is, when do we use the storage service, when do we use the database service. Let's move on to the topic of the day, which is Azure storage. So what is Azure storage? So Azure storage is a service from Azure. So you use it whenever you want to store something on the cloud. And since we are using the cloud provider as Azure, we'll be using the storage service from Azure, and that storage service is called the Azure Storage Service. Now, when you begin to use the Azure Storage Service, first of all, you should have a storage account, which you can create in the Azure Management Portal. So let me show you how you can do that. So let me quickly jump on to my browser so that I can show you my Azure dashboard. So guys, this is how my dashboard actually looks like. Right, so as you can see on my dashboard, I have all these services listed. So what I'm interested in today is the storage account. So I'll click on storage accounts. So I have some deployed already over here. I'll click on add to add a new storage account. And then I'll have this page. Now, you will enter the name of the storage account here. So that name has to be unique. So let me enter a name, say live demo 23236. All right, so that seems to be available. Then comes the option of account kind. All right, so how do you want that account to be? What would it be, a blob storage or would it be a general purpose? So we don't want to restrict our account to only blob storage. We want a general purpose account. Right, so we'll choose that. And then comes the replication part. How do you want your data to be replicated? Now there are quite a few what should I say, there are quite a few good options that we have here. One is called the locally redundant storage. So when we have the locally redundant storage, what this basically means is, so understand it like this, that there are regions, and inside a region there are zones. So for example, we have the US, and inside US we have cities like Chicago, New York, right? Now say New York and Chicago are two zones and the region is US. All right. So when I say locally redundant storage, what that basically means is that inside a zone, that is inside in say New York, you have a data center for Azure. In that data center, your storage account has been created. So when you select the option of locally redundant storage, what basically it does is it'll replicate your data inside the data warehouse. It'll replicate the data inside the data center in which you have actually deployed your storage account, so that if one server crashes, you have your storage account in other server in that same particular premise, right? But when we choose zone redundant storage, what that basically means is, so our zone was Chicago or New York, right? So in Chicago, if you have a data center, and in New York, if you have a data center, so whatever is there in the New York data center will be replicated to the Chicago data center as well, so that if one zone goes down, so if the data center in New York goes down, Chicago would be up, and hence your storage account can still be used. Alright, so that is what the meaning of zone redundant storage is. When we talk about geo redundant storage, what we basically mean is you have different regions. So for example, we have the US region and we have the India region. So inside India region, we have different zones, right? So if you select the geo redundant option, we will have the read-write access to both these regions, that is in the US region and the India region as well. So whatever you have deployed in the US region, in the Chicago zone, will be replicated across India region as well, whatever zones you have deployed in India regions also. All right, so this is what the meaning what is the meaning of geo redundant storage. And then we have the read access geo redundant storage, which is a very interesting option, wherein you only get the read access of the redundancy. For example, your main server is in New York, right? So it's a zone inside the US region. So if you select read access geo redundant storage, if in India your data will be replicated to India as well, but when a failover happens, that is when your New York server is down and when you are accessing, when you're redirected to the India region, in that case you can only read the data, you cannot write on it. All right, so it is useful for those applications which only fetch data and there is nothing to write. So in that case, geo-redundant storage would actually be pretty costly for you. But if you select the read access geo-redundant storage, it is a little less cheaper than the geo-redundant option, since you are not writing on it. You don't want your data to be replicated whenever you write a thing, right? And that so this is the reason that read access geo-redundant storage is kind of cheap. But since ours is a demo today, so I'll select locally redundant storage, and then the subscription you can choose pay as you go or free tier in your option if you have created a new Azure account. And then comes the resource group. So resource group is nothing but a group of resources. So it is basically created to manage your resources more efficiently. In the case when you have a large use case wherein you're deploying a host of different services, if you include them inside one group, it becomes easier to manage, because if you want to delete all the resources, you just have to delete the group and all the resources and the dependencies will be deleted automatically, right? So this is how the resource group is helpful. So we'll create a new resource group today. Let it be live-demo1, right? And we'll pin it to dashboard and we'll click on create. So when we pin it to dashboard, it basically has a shortcut on the desktop for Azure. So let me, so while this is being created, let me show you how that dashboard actually looks like. So that dashboard basically gives you all the shortcuts that you want. So this is the dashboard, guys. So you get all the shortcuts that you want to your services, right? So my my storage account is now being created. It is called live demo 2336. So I can quickly access it from here rather than to go to my particular storage account over here and then accessing it. All right, so while this is being created, guys, this was about Azure storage. This is how you create a storage account. Let me come back to my slide. So this is what an Azure storage is. Let's move on to discuss the components of Azure storage. So right till now we have discussed how you can create a storage account, but inside a storage account you have a host of different services which you can make use according to your use case. Alright, so the first service is called the blob service. So what a blob service? So blob service is nothing but a file system service wherein you can upload any kind of file, right? So for those of you who know about AWS, so AWS has a service called S3, right? So it is exactly like S3, right? There is nothing changed into it, just the name of the service is called blob. Now inside blob you can upload any kind of file, and then that file can be accessed by depending on the permissions that you have given, it can be accessed by anyone on the planet. For example, you have created a website and it's showing some images. So those images, rather being on the website's server, it could be there on blob and can be accessed directly through the link of any object that you actually upload in the blob. All right, having said that, guys, let me quickly show you how you can create a blob storage. So let me go back to my dashboard. So as you can see, my storage account has now been created. So if I go into my storage account, I'll get the screen wherein I have to choose a service. All right, so let me click on blobs. So because that is what I want to create, I'll click on blobs. I'll open it in a okay, I'll open it in the same tab. And then it will show me a screen where it will show me that there has nothing been added, right? So there are no containers yet. So what are containers? Containers are nothing but folders that you have inside the blob. All right. So you cannot store anything in the root directory. That is, you cannot upload any file over here. You have to have a folder inside which you will be uploading your files. All right. So folders are nothing but containers. Don't get confused with the nomenclature. Right, so inside this, I will create a container called live-demo. Right, so it's done. The access type is blob. So what that basically means is if it's private, it cannot be accessed by anyone. If it's blob, inside this particular container, all the files can be accessed. And if it's container, this basically means that if inside this container you have created one more folder, that also can be accessed. But when we select blob, only the files can be accessed. So we'll select blob and we'll click on OK. And it'll hardly take a second to create a container in the blob service. All right, so we have a container now, which is the live demo. And if you go inside this container, there is nothing in it as of now. right? So now I have actually created a website which can interact with the blob service. So let me show you how that website actually looks like. Or before that, let me show you the queue service. Let us cover the queue service first, and then we'll come back and discuss the blob. Right, so let me come back to my slide. So blobs, like I said, you have created a blob. You can upload any kind of file inside a blob using a website, or you can read the files as well from a website. All right, let's move on and discuss queues. So what are queues? Queues are basically, it's exactly like a data structure, wherein whatever information goes first is the first to come out as well. All right, so you use queues to basically list jobs. So in our use case, we discussed that we have an image processing application which has millions of users accessing it, and since millions of jobs cannot be executed at once, they are listed inside the queue so that the server at its own pace can fetch the jobs and execute it. Alright, so this is what a queue is all about, as simple as that. Now, the way you can create queues in the Azure dashboard is something like this, that you have your storage account, right? So let me go to my storage account. So my storage account is now being opening. All right. So inside my storage account with the blob service as well, I had queues option, right? So I'll go to that queues option and create a new queue. So my storage account was live demo 2336, right? And now I'll choose queues. I'll go inside queues, and as you can see, as of now, there are no queues that have been created. So I'll create a new queue, and let me call it hello123. All right, so I'll create the queue now. So my queue has now been created. Now, if I go to my website, which is there for queue, this is how my website will look like if I want to upload some data into queue. So this is a sample website, guys, that I've created. Now, this website has to know how to interact with your queue service. For that, you have a thing called your connection string. So every storage account that you create will have a unique connection string that you have to include in your code. Now, if I click on access keys here, you'll go to your storage account, and then you'll have this pane. In that, you have to go to access keys. Once you go to access keys, you will have a connection string and a key. So you have to have the connection string in your code included so that your code can interact with the particular service. All right, so I'll go to my queues code. So my queue code is this. And if you can see, this is the connection string that I have to specify. I'll copy paste this connection string over here, and this endpoint has to be removed because it is not required in the connection string. Once you do that, you will save it, and my bucket name, my container, my queue name is hello123. So it has been already specified here, right? Now I'll go back. I will go to my website, which is this, right? So I've already specified to it for it to send messages to my queue, right? So if I send a message saying hello world, right, and I click on send a message, it'll actually send that message to my queue, which can be seen here. So if I go to my queue, you can see that a message has been added which says hello world. All right, so this is what I just entered. Now, if I go on and process this queue, which is I want to receive message now, so I'll have to change this in the PHP as well. So I'll go to my process PHP for my queue. I'll change my connection string so that it can interact with the queue and fetch the messages from over there, right? I'll change it here. I'll change the endpoint as well. And now my code will be able to interact with my queue that I've just created. All right, so if I go to process.php, it'll basically fetch the message from that queue and display it here. All right, so as you can see, the message received is hello world. If I enter any other message, say Edureka is the best, right? I enter this message, I send it to the queue. All right, and now when I process it, I'll get the same message back. And if you will see over here, guys, I'll just refresh it. Now, as you can see, the message has been processed and it has been deleted from the queue. So as and when the message is processed, it is automatically deleted from the queue. All right. So this is how my queues work. Let me quickly show you how the blobs work. Right, so let me go to my blobs website. So this is where I'll be uploading a file onto blobs, and again I have to change the connection string again. Right, so I'll go to my blob code and change the connection string, which is here. All right, I'll change the connection string to my current storage account. And my container name, I've already specified it to be live demo. Right, I created a live demo container. Now if I'll save this code, and if now I choose a file and say I upload the desert file, right? So what it does is it basically renames the name of that file automatically according to system time, so that there's no clash when 2 or 3 files are updated with the same name. All right, so I'll upload this file now. So as of now, as you can see, if we go into our blob, there are no files. Right, if I go inside my blob, which is here, there's no file in it, right? But the moment I upload the file from this particular website, my file will be listed here. So as you can see, my file has been successfully added over here. And now if I go to the particular link of this file, I'll be able to download the file. Right, so my file is now being downloaded, and once it is downloaded, and if I try to open it, it will be the same file that I just uploaded. Right, so if I open it now, you can see this is the file that we uploaded in the blob, and it is now accessible on this particular link by everyone in the world. All right, so this is how cool blob is. Now I'll be using blob and queues together. Let me show you how. So what I'll basically do now is this image that I've just uploaded has also been added to the queue that I created. So let me show you the queue. So if you see the queue, it will list the message that or the file name that we have just uploaded. We'll go into queues. This is my queue, and as you can see, this image has been added to the queue. Now I'll process this image, and the way I'll do it is like this, that the image will be fetched from the queue, and then the link of that image will be gone to, and that image will go into the background of the website. All right, so for that, first I have to change the code, obviously. So I'll go to my blob process website, right, and I will change the connection string to the one that we are using right now. 1 second. Right, so this is my connection string. I'll change it to what we are using right now. Right, and then also I have to change the link that will be accessing the file. Right, so this is the link that it is accessing. So the link has changed now because the storage account has changed. Right, so let me select the link for it. So I'll go inside blobs, and I'll go inside the container. So this link is going to, so from this point onwards till this point, that is till the container name, the link will be same, right? So let me copy the link and paste it in my code, and I'll show you what I mean. So if I paste the link here, so the link till live demo will be same, and just the file name has to be fetched, right? So this is this file name I'm fetching from the queue, and what it'll do now is it will fetch the file name from the queue and will change the background of the particular website, right? So if I process the page now, that is process.php, what will happen is it will fetch the file from the queue and it will change the background. All right, so I updated the desert file, right? So it is showing the desert background now. Now I'll show you how exactly queues are basically used. So say I upload, say 3-4 files, right? I upload this flower image, and mind you, the file, the message that we just received would have been deleted from the queue. All right, and I'll just show you whether that is working or not. So I'll upload this flower file it might take some time because the files are kind of large. Right, so the file will be uploaded. Okay, it gave me an error. Let me upload it again. So I'll choose a file. So sometimes when the size the size of the file is more, it throws you an error, right? You can't do anything about it. So let me upload the file again. So once it is uploaded, guys, I'll be able to see it here, right? So I have like 3 files right now. So it says well done blob date complete, and if I refresh it, I'll be able to see 3 files now. Cool. So if I go to process.php now, it will not list me the previous file that I uploaded, but the recent file that I just uploaded. So let me go to process. And now it will show me the image that I've just uploaded. All right, it will fetch it from the queue, the file name, and then it will show me in the background. All right, the net is a little slow. Bear with me. All right, so as you can see, the file has been there. I'm getting some weird error over here just because the net is not working, but forget this error, guys. You can see you get the image in the background, right? So similar is the case. Now let me go to my storage accounts. So we have discussed queues and blobs now, right? So let me go to my slides. So we've discussed what blobs are, we have discussed what queues are. Let me go to my file system, which is the best thing that I've figured out in Azure. So with file system, it is exactly like blobs. You can upload any kind of file, but with file system, you can actually mount it as a drive on your computer. All right, you can use it as if it was an extended drive in your own computer, right? And also you get an authentication protocol with it, which is called the SMB 3.0 protocol, which is used by servers whenever there is a file transaction. So that authentication you'll also get when you're using the file system. And how you can mount it, let me show you how. So first of all, this mounting process is not available in Windows 7. It is only available in Windows 10 and above. So what I've done is I've deployed a virtual machine in Azure. Let me show you the virtual machine. Right, so this is my virtual machine. So I've deployed Windows 2012 server on this. Now what we'll be doing is we'll be mapping the file that we'll be creating in our storage account in this particular system. All right, so I'll connect to it, and now it'll ask me the username and the password. So I'll specify the password, and I'll click on OK. Yes, and then I'll be connected to my system. So I'm in. So this is my system, guys. So if I go to my computer right now, as you can see, there is no drive that is listed, right? So we'll be creating a network drive over here on which we can upload any kind of file. Now the way to do that is to first go to your Azure dashboard and create a file over there. Create a file system directory over there, right? So we'll go to our storage accounts. So it is in live demo 2336. And then we'll be going to files, right? So as of now, as you can see, there is no directory which has been listed here. So I'll create a file share service, and let me name it something as my drive, right? And the quota is basically how many GBs of drive do you want, right? It can go to terabytes, but since I'm doing a demo, let me create a 100 GB drive right now. Right, so I'll create a 100 GB drive and I'll click on OK. All right, so my drive has been successfully created, right? So I'll go to this drive, I'll click on connect, and then I will get this command to connect to it. All right, I'll copy this command and I'll paste it in the notepad. So I'll use this in my server that I've just deployed. Now, how will I use this? Now, if you look at this command, guys, this is the address of your server. All right, so this is the address of your storage account, and this is the file share that you have just created, which is called my drive, right? The username to access this would be Azure /live demo 2336. All right, and the password for this would be the key, which has been specified here. Now I have to specify everything in that I've just mentioned in this server that I've created. All right, so the way you'll map the network drive is like this. You'll go to PC, you will right click it, and you will click on map network drive. Alright, now it will ask us the drive name that we want to allocate it. So for example, we want to allocate the K drive to it. Alright, and in this particular thing, you will be putting in your address of the server. Right, so let me copy the address of the server, which is this. Alright, I'll copy the address and I'll save it over here. Alright, so it has saved it, and now I'll click on finish. So if everything goes well, guys, it will ask you for the username and the password. Now the username would be this, that is Azure/livedemo2336, right? So I'll go to my server, paste the username here, and then it'll ask me the password. So like I said, the password would be this, your key. So I'll copy the password, I'll paste it here, that is in this particular field, and I'll click on remember my credentials and click on OK. So now if everything is authenticated, it will go inside my drive. So as you can see, I'm inside my drive right now, and if I go to this PC, that is my computer, I can see that a drive has been added over here. Now in this drive, as you can see, the total size is 100 GB and the space free is 100 GB. So this is the quota that we assigned in file share while creating it. Right now, if I want to copy any file over here, I can easily do that. I'll just copy this particular file and paste it here. Right, so it'll easily copy it and say I want a shortcut to be copied here. I can copy the shortcut as well, because I don't have any files on this particular server that I can show that I can copy here. So as you can see, the files have been copied here, and these actually have been uploaded to the Azure account as well. Right, so let me show you on the dashboard if these files are visible. So I'll go to the Azure dashboard, and this is my drive. If I refresh it right now, refresh, so it will list me all the files that I've just uploaded. Alright, so it is taking some time. And so basically, when you create a network drive in your own computer, it is as if you're using your own driver on your local computer, if your internet network is good. Right, so as you can see, we have added these two files in our directory in the server, and you can view it here as well, and you can download it from here. You can click on it, you can download it, and anyone can download it if they have the link. Alright, so we are done with file system. Let us come back to our slide and discuss our last component of today, which is tables. Now tables is again an amazing service from Azure. So it is just like NoSQL, but it is basically, you can say, a child of NoSQL. You cannot do complex queries on it. Now the way or the advantage of using tables is that say you have a data in which the structure is changing dynamically. What I mean by that is, say you are you have a form, you have created a website in which it accepts three things. It accepts your name, it accepts your mobile number, and it accepts your location. All right, so once it does that, it will upload it in the database, right? Normal as usual. But what if tomorrow a use case comes in wherein I want to add one more field, which maybe is asking for your credit card number, right? So if it is asking that, if you were using traditional systems, you would have to go to your database and add one more column, and then go on to change your user interface and your PHP or whatever scripting language you're using. But with tables, the thing is that you don't have to change anything in the backend. As in, you don't have to change anything in your database. It'll automatically adjust according to your data and create one more field, which is basically which is basically you're trying to ingest. For example, in our case, we are trying to ingest the credit card number as well, so it'll do that automatically. So let me show you how you can use the table service. So we'll come back to our dashboard and go to storage accounts, right? And again, in your storage account, you'll have all the services listed. So we will select tables. We'll go inside tables. Right, and once we are inside tables, we'll have to create a new table. So let's name this table as, say, new table, right? And we'll click on OK. So my table has now been created. All right. Now the way you can upload your data to this table is the same. You just copy the connection string, you call the API, and you can upload your data. But to view the data in the table, you will need your Visual Studio. All right. So this is one table that I created earlier. So for adding it, I'll show you how to add it. But first, let me add some values inside this particular table. That is my new table. All right. So there is nothing inside it because I just created it. So what I'll be doing is I'll be showing you the website through which I'll be uploading the data into the table. So it is this. So this is my website using which I'll be updating the table. Right. Now the way I'll be doing it is I'll be first changing the connection string. So the connection string can be found here. Right. I'll have to change this. This is my connection code for table. So I'll have to change the default connection string. So let us quickly change it. This is my connection string. I'll come back to my code, paste it here. Right. And remove the endpoint. Cool. So my connection string has been given. Now I have to change the table name as well. So my table name is new table, right? And all right. So nothing else has to be changed. Cool. So our code is done. Now I'll come back to my slide and refresh it. All right. So now there are two things that you have to understand that are there in a table. One is called the partition key, and one is called the row key. All right. What is partition key? What is row key? Let me explain you. So whatever files that you're trying to store in your table are stored in different nodes. When I say nodes, there are basically different servers. All right. Now each server will have a partition key which can identify it. So say there is server 1, server 2, server 3, and server 4. All right. So I want to store my data in server 1. All right. So my particular type of data that I want to store in server 1. So for that, the partition key would be 1. All right. Now inside my server, every row has to be identified by a unique identifier, and therein comes in the row key. So this row key should be unique to each and every record that you will be putting inside a partition key table. That is inside that particular server. If you change the server, again the row key can be same as that of the previous server. But when you are creating records inside one particular partition key, the rows key value has to be different. All right. Having said that, guys, so we have this website and we have created our new table over here. All right. Now what I'll be doing is I will be mapping this new table in my Visual Studio. Now the way to do that is open your Visual Studio, go to Server Explorer, and once you have, you'll be listed your Azure service over here. All right. Now I'll have to map my particular storage account on this Visual Studio as well. So the way to do that is in the storage section, right click it and click on attach external storage. All right. So once that is done, it will ask me the account name and the account key. Now the way to attach it is like this, that you will go to the table service, your storage account, you will copy the name, paste in the account name, and then your connection string, your key. Right. So in this case, you'll be copying the key and you have to paste the key here. Remember the account key so that you don't have to enter it again and again, and click on OK. So this will add your storage account over here, right? So this is my storage account, live demo 2336. Right. So my storage account has now been added, and inside it I have created a table called the new table. All right. So if I click on the new table, as you can see, there is nothing that has been added as of now. So what I'll do is from my website, now I'll add a new value. So I've already specified the partition key as default. It is called task Seattle, right? All I'll be doing is I'll be entering the name over here, entering the row key over here, which will be unique. All right. So as of now, there are no records. So I'll enter 1 as my row key, and now I'll enter the columns that I want. So this particular row is the columns, and this is the values that I want for that particular column. So for that, for example, I want the name column to be there. Right, inside the name column I want the name Hemant. All right, I'll specify that, and say I want my mobile number to be there. I'll specify mobile NO, right, and I'll specify the mobile number here, that is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, say. And now I'll click on upload data. So this will upload the data to the table that I've just created. So if I go here, go back to my Visual Studio and I refresh it, I'll be able to see that a new record has been entered in which the row key is 1, right? The name is Hemant and the mobile number is this. Now say I want to add one more field which is asking for my credit card number. All right, so as I said, the row key would be different. Now I'll enter the name. So whatever column you have already specified, it will go inside the same column. So I have already specified name, right? So if I enter the value Hemant here, it will not create a new column and enter the value Hemant over there. It will just create the column which is new to the data. All right, so the mobile number is again say 5678, and now it will ask me for my credit card and number. Right, so the credit card number could be this. All right, so now if I upload the data, and I'll show you how it looks now. So as you can see, now the credit card number of field has been added. So for the first record, there is nothing there in the credit card number field, but in the second record I have added that I want this data. All right, also guys, you can specify in any order. There is no specific order that you have to specify, right? So I can enter the name first, right, and then I can enter the credit card number. So this is the credit card number that I want to add, right, and say I'm entering the mobile here, right? If I upload the data now, so this is required, sorry, 3, upload data. The data will be updated, and if I refresh it now, you can see that okay, so M capital and M small, you have to be careful of the indentation of the sorry, your syntax as well. So whatever column names you're specifying, it is case sensitive. So like you can see, I made a mistake here by specifying a small c, and it created one more column. All right, but as you can see, the name is in the same column now. All right, so what in whatever sorry, in whatever sequence you can add your record, that record will be added automatically in its respective column. All right, so this is how tables can be used. All right guys, so with that I think we are done with our services. So we discussed what are blobs, we discussed what are queues, we discussed what are file systems, we discussed what are tables, and for each of the service we saw how we can use them in Azure and how we can deploy them as well. Now let's start with virtual networks and first understand why do we actually need virtual networks. All right, so like I said, we have virtual machines, right? So if you say launch 2 virtual machines and you want both of them to communicate with each other. For example, in our session today, in our demo session, what we'll be doing is that we'll be deploying a web server and we'll be deploying a database server, and we want the web server to talk to the database server, right? For this communication, we need a channel and hence we need a network, right? But why virtual networks? So if you guys would have noticed, in cloud there is no there are no wires, there are no switches, there are no routers. All right, so your virtual machine is connected using a logical connection, right? It is logic. These two servers are logically isolated, and that is why we call it virtual, right? So this is so we understood that for the communication scale sake we need a virtual network. Let's now understand what a virtual network exactly is. Right, so a virtual network is just like a representation of your network but on the cloud, right? So for example, we launched a server on the cloud and we connect to a virtual network, right? When we connect to our virtual network that is on Azure, our network will include that server as if it's on our own network, that is on premise, right? That is what a virtual network is. That is how powerful a virtual network is, right? Your server will be on the cloud, but your company or your company's network will feel as if the server is on your own network, right? And it's, like I said, it's a logical isolation of the Azure cloud dedicated to your subscription. That is, whatever resources that you have launched in the cloud, it logically isolates it from the rest of the resources that are there on Azure, that maybe it could be your resources or someone else's resources as well. It logically isolates them and they are insulated to other resources. It doesn't matter if the other resources are failing or doing anything, right? They are all isolated. So this is what a virtual network is all about. Now, when we say virtual network, it basically has a lot of components. Let's understand these components. So the first component is an Azure subnet. Now, what is an Azure subnet? Basically, when you divide a network into subparts, it is called an Azure subnet. All right. So when you divide your virtual network into parts, it's called a subnet. Now, this subnet can actually be given unique properties. For example, in this same virtual network, you have 3 virtual machines, right? One virtual machine is in one subnet, and the other virtual machine is another subnet. But this subnet you can configure to be unique. For example, we want to create a public subnet. So a public subnet is basically a subnet which has internet access. All right. So we can configure the properties in a way that this particular net, the machines in this particular subnet will have the internet access, and the other particular subnet will not have the internet access. So a subnet which doesn't have the internet access is called a private subnet. All right. So the virtual machine in this particular subnet will not have internet access. But when you actually see it from a broader perspective, all of these servers are on the same network, right? But because of the subnets, because of the properties of subnets, they reflect different properties, right? So being on the same network, they have different properties, and using subnets, this is how subnets are actually useful. Right. So this is what this is all you need to know about subnets, guys. Now with subnets, the properties that I was talking about, say I want to connect to a web server, right? So for connecting to the web server, for accessing that website, I need to go through HTTP protocol, right? So all of this is configured in a firewall. Now what is that firewall called? That firewall is actually network security groups. Now what are network security groups? Like I said, they are just firewalls in which you put in the properties that you want the subnet to reflect. For example, I want to connect to my web server, so I have to allow all HTTP traffic on that subnet, and for that I'll have to attach that particular network security group to that subnet. Now, I know it's a lot to take. I just explained you 3 components, and you might be thinking which component goes where, right? And so I have this diagram. So I'll just summarize what I just explained it to you. So we have this virtual network. In the virtual network, we have subnets, and a subnet is attached to a network security group. Right, so this network security group is where you will be configuring all the protocols, all the properties that you want your particular machine to reflect. This firewall will be attached to the subnet in which you will be deploying your virtual machine. All right, so this is a place where you will be deploying your virtual machine, and it will be attached to the subnet. Your network security group, and this subnet is actually included in your virtual network. All right, so both these subnets are actually in your virtual network. So one virtual network will have as many subnets as you want, and each subnet will have different properties because of its network security groups. Moving along, guys, now let's, so enough of talks. I have explained you everything you need to know. Let's go ahead and start with a demo. And for that, let's look at the steps that we're going to do. So first, we'll be creating a network security group. That is the firewall that is required for a server. So basically, we'll be creating 2 firewalls, one for a web server and one for a database server. Right, so let's go ahead and do that. So just give me a second. I'll go to my Azure dashboard. All right, so guys, this is how my dashboard actually looks like. Now on this dashboard, the first job that I have to do is to create a network security group. So let us do that. Let us go to the search bar and type network security groups. Right? And once you have done that, you will see it is listed over here. We'll click on it, and then we'll click on add. Now when we click on add, we first have to add the firewall for web server, right? So it is your choice. Either you could deploy the web server first or your database. So you'll type in the name of the network security group, that this is for my web server. So I'll type in web server. Then I'll have to assign a resource group. Now what is a resource group? So basically like for our use case today, we'll be deploying a lot of resources, right? So it becomes easier for us to manage it if it comes under one group. All right, so we'll be creating that group over here. So say I'll name the group as live-demo. All right, so this becomes my resource group, and all the resources that I'll be launching today I will include them in this particular group so that it becomes easier to manage for me. All right, and I'll pin it to dashboard and I'll click on create. Now, while it is being created, you would have noticed that I've pinned it to dashboard. Now, what is the dashboard, guys? So for those of you who are not acquainted with the Azure dashboard, so dashboard is just like a desktop, guys, that you have on your computer. So all the shortcuts are created here. Because I would be configuring all the properties, so I want it to be listed here, and that's why I have created a shortcut on the dashboard. All right, so while it is being deployed, let's deploy our second network security group as well, which is for my database. Right, so I'll click on add and I'll type in database. I'll include it in the resource group that I've already created, which is live demo. I'll click on this, I'll pin it to dashboard and I'll click on create. Right, that is it. It's pretty simple. Just enter the name, the resource group that you want to enter it in, and create it. Right, now one thing that I want you to notice is, guys, I've not configured any property as of now, right? I'll do that later. So as of now, I just created two firewalls with the name web server and database. Now what I'll do is, let me come back to my slide to see what we'll be doing next, right? So step 2 is create the virtual network. So now I'll be creating the virtual network in which I will be deploying my servers. Right, so let's do that. Let's create a virtual network. So I'll click here, I'll go to virtual networks, I'll click on add, and I'll give the virtual network name, say VNet, right? And then comes the address space. Now what is the address space? Address space is basically the number of IP addresses that your network can hold. So as of now, this virtual network can hold 256 computers. Right, or 256 virtual machines. Now since I'll be creating more than 2 subnets, I want an address space which will be more, because each subnet will take some minimum value, right? So let us give it a more elaborate address space. Let me type in this, right, and edit this part, and this will give you a bigger set of addresses to deal with. So now my virtual network will be capable of having 65,000 addresses, which is kind of cool, right? Next, we have the subnet name. So by default, when you create a virtual network, there will be a default subnet which will be created. All right. So this is the address range for that default subnet. So it should be in the same range that we have specified for our virtual network. So let's give it this address, and as you can see in this particular subnet, that is the default subnet, I'll have around 256 machines. All right, so that is it. Nothing else needs to be configured. I will include it in the resource group that I've already created, that is live demo. And location is basically the place where the servers are being deployed, right? So by default it's West US. We'll keep it at that, right? And we'll create this virtual network. That is it, guys. Nothing else to be configured. For as of now, this virtual network does not have any subnets, right? We want a web server subnet and we want a database subnet that we'll be deploying now once the virtual network is ready. All right, let me come back to my slide and show you this diagram. So this diagram basically talks about a virtual network, 2 subnets. Now what I'll be doing is I'll be launching 2 virtual machines and I'll be attaching these virtual machines with this subnet. All right, and this is basically your network security group. This is where you will be configuring your properties, and this also I'll attach to the subnet. Now this VM will then reflect the properties of this particular firewall. right? I'll not be attaching this firewall directly to this VM, but I'll be attaching it to the subnet. Now, what advantage do I have in this is that, say I launch 3 servers in the subnet, all of them will reflect this property, right? So I don't have to configure them separately. All of them will be reflecting the security group's properties of this particular subnet. All right, I think our virtual network is ready. Let's see. So if I go to my virtual networks, I'll see that I have my virtual network ready. All right, now I'll go inside my virtual network, and now I'll be deploying the subnets. So we'll go to the subnets pane, we'll click on add, and let's add our first subnet, which is the web server subnet, right? Now this web server subnet will be attached to a network security group, which will be for the web server, right? So we'll attach the network security group for the web server, and we'll click on OK. That is it. It's that simple. Just add the subnet, attach the network security group to that, and you're done, right? Similarly, I'll be deploying the database subnet now, and I'll go to network security groups. I will click on the database subnet, database network security group. I'll click on OK, and bam, I have one more subnet. Let me go back to my dashboard and see what all do I have. So I have the 2 network security groups. I have deployed the virtual network, I have deployed the subnets in it, and I have attached the firewall to the subnet. All that is left is now the VM. So step 3 is create the web server virtual machine and the database virtual machine. So let us do that. We will go to our pane, go to virtual machines, right? Click on add. And with this, you will get this page wherein you have all the operating systems that you can set in your virtual machine. Now you can set a Ubuntu operating system. You can also configure a Windows server, but we'll be dealing with Ubuntu today, right? So I'll select Ubuntu. I'll click on create, and then I'll get this page where I have to enter the general properties. So I'll name the server as web server, right? I'll give the username that will authenticate me to this particular server. Now, when you talk about the password or the way you will authenticate yourself, you basically have 2 options. You can either authenticate through a public private key, or you can authenticate through a password. So password is more easier, and since we want our things to be done quicker, I'll give a password, and this is the password. I'll configure it now, and that is it, guys. Nothing else needs to be configured. Resource group, I'll give the resource group that I've already created, that is live demo, and I'll click on OK. On the next page, it will ask me the configuration of my server that I want, right? So do I want a 1 core CPU and a 3.5 GB RAM, or I want a 2 core CPU and 7 GB RAM? I can choose all the configuration which are available here in the view all page, but I'll stick to the first configuration, which is the basic one, so that because I'm doing a demo, right? So I don't need a big machine for it. I'll click on select. Next comes the optional features that I have to configure, right? So the storage, and then what virtual network do I want my server to be deployed in. So we have created the virtual network called VNet. So we'll be deploying it in this. Then comes the subnet. So inside this virtual network, there are 3 subnets. Like I said, one is default, that is created by default. And then we have the database and the web server subnet. So since this is a web server VM, we will be deploying it under the web server subnet. Then comes the public IP address. So it will assign it a public IP address through which we can access it. That is going to be new. And then comes the network security group. So since we have already assigned a network security group in the subnet, we don't need any network security group to be attached over here. So we'll click on none. And then monitoring, do you want it or not? I would prefer to be disabled because I won't be needing the server after this session. So I'll click on disabled and I'll click on OK. All right, so now what will happen is it will validate all the properties that I've entered. And once it has entered, it will give me a page wherein I have to agree to the terms and conditions. And that is it. So I'll agree to the terms and conditions and I'll click on purchase. And that will deploy my server. That is it, guys. So this is my web server being deployed. Let's quickly deploy our database server as well, following the same steps that we have followed now. right? So I'll choose the Ubuntu machine. I will click on create. I will go to this page and type in the name of the server, which is database, right? The username, so it's Edureka. Authentication type is password, so I'll type in the password now. Confirm the password. And then comes the resource group, so it's live demo, right? And the location is West US. I click on OK. Select the most basic configuration, which is the first one. Click on select. Now I'll be configuring the virtual network settings. So subnet would be database, right? Network security group will be none. And that is it. Monitoring will be disabled. Click on OK. It will validate all the properties, and then I shall purchase the server, and which will be deployed. Right? If you are thinking how much is it going to cost me, so each server is going to cost me around 3.5 rupees per hour. Right? So that's like a fraction of a dollar. So I think if you're learning Azure, that is worth it, right? So my servers are being deployed, guys. Now, while my servers are being deployed, let me configure the properties of each server, right? So let me go to the web server firewall and configure the properties. So basically what I'm looking at is the inbound security rules. So I'll click on inbound security rules. So inbound security rules are basically the rules which are created for the connections which are incoming to the server, right? So this is a web server, right? So for a web server, first you have to enable the HTTP connection. So I want the HTTP's connection through HTTP protocol to be enabled over here, right? And the source is any, what kind of people can access the server. So I want the whole world to access my internet website. So the source is any, the service is HTTP, right? And everything else is default. The action, what do you want? Do you want to deny it or you want to allow it? So I want to allow the connections. So I'll select allow and I'll click on OK. Alright, so my security rule is being created. So while this is being created, guys, we'll have to add one more security rule, which is the HTTPS security rule, because our websites connect through two protocols, which is HTTP and HTTPS. So we'll configure HTTPS as well. So let us select HTTPS from the list. Here it is. And then the action is allow. And you might be wondering what this priority number is, right? So priority number is basically the number which will be given to your rule. So say example, in my previous rule, I gave the priority number as 100, right? So when it reads the set of rules that are given in the firewall, the first rule would be the least number which is there. So the least number is 100 and it goes up to, I think, 900, right? So it will read all the rules according to the numbers and then configure them. So we have added the HTTP rule, and the HTTPS rule is also being added, and that is it. That is all which is required. So let me just refresh it, and I can see that HTTP and HTTPS rules are already been given. Now I also want to SSH. I should be able to SSH into my server, but before that, let me show you what if I don't configure the property here. Let's see what that then happens, right? So for configuring my web server, I'll have to SSH into the web server to see to install all the softwares which are required for that particular server, right? So let's connect to this server. So the way I can connect is using a software called Putty. So I launch this software, I'll paste the IP address here, and as of now, guys, I have not added the SSH property, right? So if I try to connect, it will show the screen and it will keep on pointing here, right? So the connection will time out after a few, say 30 or 40 seconds, and that basically means that the server is refusing any connection to it. And the reason for that is that I have not configured it in my firewall. So to do that, see, as you can see, it has given me an error which says connection timed out. So to do that, I'll have to go to my firewall, which is the network security groups of my web server. Right, I'll go to the inbound security rules, And now I'll add a rule for SSH. So once I add the rule, I'll be able to connect to my service. So it's done, my security rule is being created, and once it is created, I'll be able to SSH into the server. Also, it takes some time for that rule to actually be applied, right? It says that it created a security rule, but sometimes it takes time to reflect. Let's see if the rule is being reflected here. And yes, the rule is being reflected. So as you can see, I've added the SSH rule, and now it is giving me the login page. So I log in into my server, which with the username Edureka, I configured the username to be Edureka, and now it will ask me the password after authenticating the username. So I'll type in the password, and if everything goes well, I'll be authenticated to my server, right? Yes, so I am in my server. So this is my Ubuntu server, which is running on Azure Cloud. Now I need to configure the softwares in it so that it becomes a web server. Alright, so as of now, there's nothing installed on it. It's a fresh piece of software. So let me first update this Ubuntu. So I'll type in the update command. It's sudo apt-get update. Right, now it will take some time to update. Meanwhile, guys, let me quickly show you if I can access my web server as of now or not. Right, so I'll go to virtual machines. I'll go to web server. Now you might ask me that we have already configured it to accept HTTP connection, but still if I try to connect to this server, I'll not be able to do so. It will return me a empty response screen. So this basically means that there is nothing configured on my server as of now. So what I'll do is, so my Ubuntu is now updated. So what I'll do is now is I'll update it with the Apache software, right? So I'll type in the command for Apache. So sudo apt-get install Apache 2. All right. Once I've done that, it will install the Apache software here. And within seconds, you can see that I'll be able to connect to this server. So it's starting the service, processing. Yeah, so Apache is installed. Now, if I try to connect to the server, you'll be able to see that I'm getting the Apache screen. So if you want, you can connect to this server. The IP address is 40.83.140.100. My team will be handing you out this IP address. So I'll repeat it again. It's 40.83.140.100. You can go to this link and you'll see the Apache page as of now. Now, as we'll go along and we'll update this website, you'll see that this page will be updated. Alright, so I have the Apache working on my server now. Now, my website that I have created, it is actually a PHP website, so I'll have to install PHP on this server as well. So I'll write sudo apt-get php 5 and I'll have to install it. So this is it. 1 second. So I misspelled install, my bad, sorry. Right. So now my PHP will be installed on this system, and while this is being installed, guys, let me show you how my website actually looks like. So I'll go to localhost and I'll type in the address for my website. Alright, so this is how my website actually looks like. It's pretty simple. You just have to enter your name, your email, your mobile number, your location, and once you click on submit, all of this address will go to MySQL. Now MySQL is in a different server, this will be in a different server, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to authenticate them to each other using virtual networks. Alright, so if I go to my web server, so my PHP has been installed, and with PHP I also need an extension which will allow it to connect to MySQL. So for that I'll have to install that extension as well. So sudo apt-get install php 5 -mysql. Right, so with this my extension will get installed on the system, and that is it. Alright, so my web server is configured now. Let's go on and configure our MySQL now. Alright, so MySQL is a bit tricky, guys, because there is a lot of configuration that you have to do, but let's hope for the best and see if we can connect to it. Alright, also guys, if you would have noticed, I've not configured anything for my server, for my database server. So as we did in web server, I'll show you. If you try to connect to it, as of now, we'll not be able to. So while this is being loaded, let me quickly go to the properties of my database server, right? And include the inbound security rules according to what I want. So I'll first have to enable the SSH rule, right? So this is how I'll be able to connect to my server. So I'll select the SSH service. The action is allow. I'll click on OK. And my security rule will now be created. Also, I should also be able to create a MySQL connection to this server, because I want this server to be accessed through my computer, right? If for example, I'll be creating a database, I'll be adding the table, right? So I want to do all of that through my computer. I don't want to SSH into the Ubuntu again to configure anything. So we'll be doing that. So we need a MySQL connection as well. So let's add that. So it would be MySQL, and the service would be MySQL. Action is allow. I'll click on OK. And this is it, guys. So now the security rule will be created. And if we try now to connect to our database server, I'll be able to do so. So I'll copy the IP address. I'll click on open. I'll say yes. And now it'll ask me for the login name. So as you can see, the security rule worked. It is asking me for the login name and now the password. So I'll give the password for this. And done. With this, I'll be authenticated to my Ubuntu server. First of all, I'll update this machine with the update command, like we did in the previous server as well. Right, so now it will be updated. After this, I'll install the MySQL service that we'll be using to connect our website from. Right, so I'll now install the MySQL service, which is sudo apt-get install MySQL server. Right, this is it. I'll type in Y, which means yes, and now it'll ask me for the password. I'll type in the password and confirm it again. Hit enter, and that's it. Okay, so now I've configured MySQL, I've installed MySQL on my system. The next thing is, by default, MySQL only allows the local host to access the root user. Right? If I want to connect through my machine, I have to create one more user for MySQL for me to access it. Right? So once my MySQL is installed, I'll show you what I mean. Right? So we'll be doing that. And I think we are done. Yeah, so we're done. So let's connect to our MySQL service now. So the user is root and the password was Edureka123 to connect to my database, and we are in. So like I was saying, we have to create a user that we'll be accessing from. So let's create a user for MySQL. So I type in create user, say the username is Edureka for my database. Where is it? It is on localhost, and I should add the password for it. Let me add the password as Edureka123, right? And let me deploy this server. So I've created the username. Now I'll have to grant all the privileges to this particular server. So let me give the command for that. So it's grant all privileges on everything that is there on this database to this particular username which resides on localhost. So this is a command that we'll be configuring. All right. Now same set we'll be configuring for the percentage host. So let us do that as well. All right. And then grant all the privileges for the same. All right, so done. So we have created successfully a new user. Now if I try to connect to this database using this user, let's see how we can do that. So I'll type in MySQL. So previously I authenticated myself using root, but now I'll use the Edureka username and see if I can connect to it. Sorry, I misspelled it. So it's Edureka-P. and now the password. So as you can see, I can authenticate through. All right, sorry for that glitch. All right, so now what we'll be doing is, like I was saying, so we have to configure one more file for our MySQL to get configured, right? So for that, let us go to our directory, that is etc, and in that MySQL, right? And now in this particular directory, I have a file called my.cnf. So this is the configuration file that I'll have to configure for connecting to my MySQL. So I'll sudo nano into it, and then I will get to this particular statement which says bind address. So this bind address statement basically says that only localhost connections are allowed to my MySQL, right? So I'll have to comment this part out, and then I'll save it, and that is it, guys. So this was the last setting that I had to do. Now if I try connecting it through my computer, I'll be able to connect to this particular MySQL instance. So how to do that? First I have to go to my MySQL installation folder, which is somewhere here, right? So let me quickly go to my folder. So this is the folder where my MySQL resides. So now I'll connect it using this particular command which says mysql-h. Now I'll paste in the IP address, the username which is Edureka, the port number which is 3306, and then the password. It'll ask me for the password, so the password is Edureka123. Now mind you guys, it will not connect right now. It will give me an error that it can't connect to MySQL service, and the reason for that is that we have configured everything after the MySQL service started on my server. So now I'll have to restart my server to connect to it, right? So it'll take some time, and then it'll throw an error that it can't connect to the particular MySQL server, right? So as you can see, so for now connecting to it, we will have to restart the service. So let me restart it by typing in sudo service MySQL restart. Alright, so with this command, my MySQL will get restarted. So let's see. So my MySQL has stopped and now it has restarted. And now if I try to connect to my MySQL server, yes. So I have it on my computer now. I am able to connect to my MySQL server. Let's quickly create a database for my website which says create database entry. So I'll quickly create a database, and I'll create a table for this, right? Which is create table entries. I'll give the name. And then the second entry is email address, so that is varchar30. Right, and then the location, which is again varchar30, and then my mobile number, which I'll be feeding here. All right, so I think the net is giving some problems. All right, so I didn't select the database, so use entry, and then I'll create the table. But let me quickly show you how you can deploy another virtual machine. So in the dashboard, you will go to virtual machines, you will click on add, and then you can give you have to choose an operating system. You'll choose the operating system, you will click on create, and then you'll have the screen where you can fill all the information, right? Once you fill in all the information, you just have to click on OK, and in the last part it'll ask you to agree to the terms and conditions. You can do that, and your virtual machine will be deployed. All right, so I've already deployed one virtual machine that is for my web server. I reached till this part yesterday, so I will continue from here. Now in the web server, you can see these are the properties that I have attached to my web server. So this is basically my network security group for my web server. In this, I've configured that my web server should have HTTP connections, it should have HTTPS connections, and an SSH connection. Right now, if I want to add more properties to it, I can add by clicking here. That is inbound security rules. I'll go here, I'll click on add, and then I can add any property that I want from this list that is available here. Right, so I've already added the properties. Now what I'll do is I'll SSH into my web server and see how we can configure it. All right, so this is my web server page. So I've just gone to virtual. So if you go here in the virtual machines tab, you will find all the virtual machines that you have deployed over here. I selected my web server and then I reached this page. Now I need the IP address of my virtual machine to connect to, right? So as of now, if I copy this IP address and paste it here, you can see I cannot connect to my virtual machine as of now because there is nothing installed on this web server. So what we'll be doing now is we'll be installing the necessary softwares for my virtual machine to work. All right, so I will enter the IP address here and I'll click on open, and it'll ask me the login name. So I'll give the login name that I've configured, that is Edureka. Now it'll ask me the password, so I'll enter the password, that is this. And while it is connecting, let me show you that as you can see, the page is not working as of now. So we will install the necessary softwares here and then we'll try again to connect. So if you guys want, you can actually connect to this website. The IP address is 13.93.209.38. Right, so my team here, they will put it in the comment box for you to access. You can go to this IP address and you can see that as of now we cannot connect to this particular website. All right, so now so this is the Ubuntu machine, this is my server. I will install the necessary software. So I'll sudo update it first. All right, so my updation is being happening, and now I will install the PHP software. So my website for that I want to deploy on this particular server. Let me quickly show you the website that I want to deploy. So it's hosted on my local host as of now. Right, so let me go to my website. So here it is. Alright, so this is my website, guys. I'll enter a name, an email address, a mobile number, and a location. I'll click on submit, and it will enter all these values into the MySQL database that we created yesterday. Alright, so I'll show you how the values that will be reflected in the MySQL. But for now, let's configure our web server first. So this is the website that I'll be uploading to my web server. But first, I have to install the necessary software. So this is the PHP website, guys. So I'll install the PHP software now. So I'll sudo install the PHP. Alright, so it will install the PHP now. And then we can go ahead. Now since my website has to interact to MySQL, I also have to install an extension for my MySQL to work. So I'll do that as well once this is done. So yeah, so my PHP is installed. Now I'll install the extension for my PHP MySQL. So to do that, I'll sudo install the PHP extension, which is this. So I misspelled it, 1 second. All right. Now for all of this to work, I also have to install the Apache server. So let us install the Apache server. So like I said, as of now, we cannot connect to it. So what I'll do now is install the Apache server. So sudo apt-get install Apache. Alright, so now if I try to connect to my website, I'll be able to do so. So let me quickly check my network security settings. So I'll go here, I'll type in network security groups, and that will list me all the network security groups which are present as of now. Alright, so I have two network security groups. This is the new web server network security group that I have configured. So I'll go here, and as of now you can see only the SSH rule is there. So what I'll do now is I'll install the Apache, I'll configure it to allow HTTP connections. So to do that, I will go to inbound security rules, I'll click on add, I'll add the HTTP rule. Here it is. I will click on allow and I'll click on OK. Alright, so my security rule is being deployed. I also have to configure it to have the HTTPS rule as well. So I'll configure it to have the HTTPS rule. I'll click on OK. And yes, I have the security rule for this as well. Now let me restart the Apache 2 service. Sudo service Apache 2 restart. Right, and if now I try to connect to my website, yes, so I can see that Apache 2 page is now working, right? So if you guys will now try to access this IP address, the Apache 2 page will start working. All right, guys. So now, since our page is working, the next task is to connect through FTP and upload my website. So to do that, I'll have to first add the FTP rule in the inbound security rules. So to do that, I'll click on add, and in the name, I'll type in FTP, right? The service would be FTP, and then the action is allow, and I'll click on OK. So it is now creating the security rule. And once this is done, I'll be able to connect through an FTP software that I have. This is called FileZilla. All right. So you'll enter the IP address here, your username, your password, port number for FTP connections. It's 22, and then you'll click on Quick Connect, and then we'll have the all the directly listing of that server over here. All right. So as I can see, the FTP rule has been added. So now I'll go to the dashboard. I'll go to my web server. I'll copy the IP address. I'll paste it here in the host. The username for it, that is Edureka. Password, let me enter the password. And now the port number. I'll click on Quick Connect. Now it will take some time to connect to the directory of my server. So now I have the directory. Alright, so now I'll have to upload my website, right? So for doing that, I'll have to go to this particular directory, that is /bash/www/html. Alright, so this is the directory where you will be uploading your website. Now, by default, you cannot upload your website. So let me show you what I basically mean. If I try to upload my files here, you'll see that I'll have an error, so that file transfer has failed. So that is because over here we don't have the access rights. I cannot read write in this directory. Now for doing that, I'll have to allow myself from the shell. So I'll do that. Let me cancel all the file transfers that are happening. All right, so now I'll go here. I will type sudo chmod -R 777. So this will basically give me the read-write access to this particular directory. And once I have that, I can upload my files. Alright, so this should be it. Now if I try to upload my files over here, alright, so now like I said, if I try to upload my files, it should upload it successfully. So as you can see, the file transfer has now started. Right, I don't need the index.html. So basically this is the Apache page that you were seeing. So we can delete this page. Okay, so my transfers have finished. So now if I go back to my website and I try accessing it, I will be able to see the website that I just uploaded. Right, so this is the website that I just uploaded. Now let me show you the database server that I configured yesterday. So for that, let me open my command prompt, go to my MySQL installation. So this is my MySQL installation guy. I'll type in the command mysql-h and now the host name, right? So for the host name, I need the IP address of my server. So for that, I will go back to my dashboard and my database server, which is here. I'll copy the IP address for my database server. I will paste it here. And then the username, which is Edureka, the port number, which is 3306, and then the password. Alright, so it'll ask me the password. And with this, I'm there inside my MySQL shell. Now this MySQL shell, I have created a database called entry. So let me show you. So as you can see, there's a database called entry. In this, all my website data will go, right? And inside entry, there's a table called entries. So as of now, if you can see, this table would be empty. Right, so this table is empty. Now my website will actually upload all the information that I'll be typing in here to this MySQL shell. So if you guys want to try this website out, you can go to this IP address, you can type in all your information, click on submit, and it'll get reflected over here, right? So before you could actually do that, let me change the index file. So I'll have to update it with the IP address of my server, of my database, right? So for doing that, give me a second. I'll go here in the host name. This is the IP address that I have to change. I'll change it with the IP address of my database server. So I'll save it. And now I'll override this in my server. So I'll take this file index.php, paste it here. Now it'll ask me whether I want to override the file, so I'll say OK. And now it has transferred my file. Alright, so now if I enter details, as in my name, my email address, my phone number, alright, and then my location. So now if I click on submit, it'll enter the values in the MySQL. So now if I refresh my MySQL, I'll be able to see the entry which I just made. Alright, so this is it, guys. I have configured my web server on the Azure VM, and we have configured it from scratch. Or so you'll find there's a service in Azure called app service, so you could do that automatically. All of this, that is configuring your web server and everything, you just have to upload your code. It would have installed everything. But it's good to learn from scratch, right? You should understand how things happen in the background, and that is the reason, that is the motive behind today's demonstration today.
So if we talk about Azure, then it offers on-demand provisioning. That means we ask for what exactly we need and when you need and when to stop. That means here we can deploy, for example, initially we have deployed our application on 10 virtual instances. And now we want to increase those 10 virtual instances to suppose 15. Then we can do that easily without any hindrances. We can scale up, we can scale down the resources as per the requirement. We can launch any of the services as per the requirement. So there's no prerequisite, there's no waiting time. We can deploy the services as and when required. Then we have scalability. We can scale up and down the resources as and when required. Let's say we want to scale up the storage, we want to scale up the computation power, we want to scale up the number of servers that we want to use here. So we can easily scale up and scale down the resources as and when required. We have pay as you consume. That means we have to pay only for the amount of resources that we are going to consume in a given time. Nothing less, nothing more. And then here we have abstract resources. That means we can focus only on the resources needed, and we can avoid getting any extra charges. Or we can say we don't have to focus on those things which are not meant to be focused from our side. We do have dedicated teams. We do have a complete full-fledged solution offered, so that we can focus entirely on meeting our business goals instead of meeting our, we can say, the taking care of the maintenance and deployment of these different solutions. We can easily do that. And then we have the efficiency of experts. That means here we can utilize the entire skill set. That means basically here we have a complete dedicated support team for us to make use of, and every unit of usage is going to be managed, and we can say self-managed. That means we have services which are going to be completely managed. That means, let's say when we want to deploy a serverless computing platform, then we can make use of Azure functions, and then we simply have to focus on writing the code and then get started. That's it. So these are some of the features offered by Azure platform as compared to other platforms available. Now, if we talk about Azure Active Directory, then we know that Active Directory is basically Microsoft's cloud-based identity and access management service, which help us in, we can say, in making sure that our employees sign in and access resources in a definite format. So it is basically Microsoft's multi-tenant cloud-based directory and identity management service that combines core directory services, application access management, and identity protection into a single solution. So we know that there are multiple services being offered, right? For computation, for databases, for NoSQL database, for storage, for ML, for the IoT components, and for access management, we have Active Directory. So it is a self-service model. Again, it offers a single sign-on service. And then here we can easily integrate that with the cloud platforms. So we can integrate the Microsoft Azure Active Directory with the on-premise, and then we can deploy it on the cloud. And this is also supported by not just by Azure, but other platforms as well. Because if you talk about AWS, and AWS also offers us an easy migration from the Active Directory to the entire access management given to us by AWS. So Azure Ad offers a rich standard-based platform that enables developers to deliver access control to the applications based on centralized policy and rules. That is what we have Azure Active Directory as. So if you compare Windows Ad versus Azure Ad, then there are multiple pointers available here. So first of all, now in terms of Active Directory, we have multiple domain services available. Let's say we have ADS. So basically, if you talk about the ADDS, and it simply refers to Active Directory. First of all, we have domain services. So domain services are used to store centralized data and manage communication between users and domains, includes login authentication and search functionality. So that is what we mean by the ADDS. So AD stands for Active Directory, and then we have DS for domain services. Then we also have the lightweight directory services, like we have the LS. So it's so lightweight directory services, or we call as ADLS. It supports directory enabled applications to use the open, or we can say LDAP protocol. And then we have the ADFS. FS refers to Federation Services. So here we have Active Directory Federation Services, which provides a single sign-on to authenticate a user in multiple web applications in a single session. And then we have the ADCS. So CS refers to Certificate Services. So it helps us in creating, distributing, and managing the secure certificates. And then at last we have ADRMS. So basically RMS refers to Right Management Service. So it protects copyright information by preventing unauthorized use and distribution of digital content. That is what we mean by ADRMS. So these are the components available under Windows Active Directory. And then in Azure Active Directory, we have support for the VAD. VAD refers to Windows Azure Active Directory, which simply makes sure that we do have the entire support given to us in terms of easier integration, correct? So with Windows Azure Add, it allows us to extend the local infrastructure identity access management to cloud seamlessly, so that it becomes easier for us to easily migrate the on-premise Active Directory to the cloud by using the Active Directory services available. And then we have, and again, it simply helps us in making sure that's okay. In the end, users, they don't have to worry about the way they can access organizations, resources, services, or where it's located based on, it can be on-premise or it can be cloud as well. It can be based on cloud as well. All right. So let's move forward. Next, we have service audience. So basically here we have, again, the online customers, we have application developers, and then we have IT administrators. So basically here we have to make sure that we are keeping a check on the permissions given to every user that has been onboarded, so that they have the access to perform the activities only meant for them. For example, let's say when we talk about application developers, we don't want the application developers to have, you can say, the same access as like a admin of the account, right? Because again, at the end, they should be having the limited access, because that's how we are going to make sure that our account access remains secure. Same way when we have the online customers, now we don't want them to have a complete unauthorized access to any services, correct? Because that's how we have to make sure that their access is in control. They don't have the unauthorized access to perform any activity as and when required. Is given to us by the Active Directory. Next, we have different Active Directory editions available. So here we have Azure Active Directory Basics. We have Directory Premium 1, and then we have Directory Premium 2. So basically, depending upon the service levels, depending upon the amount of access that we want to give, and plus depending upon how many users we have to onboard. So we have different type of directory editions available. So when we sign up for a free account on Azure, then we get the access to Azure Active Directory Basic, where we do have limited editions, where we have limited access given to go for limited services as and when required. So basically, in free, we get the access to only 500,000 object limit. We cannot go beyond that. All right. So here we have the entire table. So first of all, if we talk about the basic free edition, then here we get an object limit of 500,000 objects. Whereas in Active Directory and in Active Directory Premium, both there are no object limit. There are no object limits defined. There is no limit defined for the current object. There is no limit for the object defined here. Then in terms of, then here we have different restrictions available for based on the number of users. So basically in terms of single sign-on in free, we get the access to work on only 10 applications per user, not more than that. Same limit is also on basic as well, but for premium P1 and P2, there is no limit for premium editions. Same way, we do get a group-based access management provisioning. We do get the access to self-service password reset, application proxy, and the SLA is only in the basic edition, not in the free editions available. Whereas the access to premium features such as self-service group app management, which includes a self-service password reset, advanced usage reporting, multi-factor authentication, the cloud app discovery, automated password rollovers, connect health, conditional access based on user, application, location, device rules. Again, these are being offered under the premium Active Directory services itself, not in the basic or the free edition. And even the privileged identity management is given only in P2, not even in the P1 as well. Same way for identity protection. And then also the components of the MDM auto enrollment and joining a device to Azure Active Directory desktop SSO is also given mostly for the P1 plan. So these are the 3 Active Directory editions available. So we have for single sign-on service, that's why we have 365 available here. Because again, in terms of the basic features, again, that is offered by under 365 applications as well. And that's why it has been listed as a part of the comparison table here. All right. Then we have Azure Active Directory tenants. So basically, tenant means an organization which simply signs up on the Active Directory services. And basically, it's a dedicated instance of Azure Active Directory service. And Microsoft ensures each of these tenants is isolated and separate as per the requirement. And then, since we have discussed on the concept for Active Directory now, we'll be seeing the hands-on on how it is structured by signing up on Azure platform first. So in case we are using this for the first time, here we can go to this link here which says azure.microsoft.com. And here we'll be having the option to create a free account in case we don't have the account yet. And we can use any of the payment methods. So when we sign up on Microsoft Azure for the first time, we get $200 of free credits added to our account. Now, when we say free credits, that means we can use this credit to against our billing for a period of 1 month. So we can start using any of the services, and then we can use this credit for $200. That translates to almost 13,300 INR, and they are almost 25 services which are always free, and we can get started. So for working on the Azure Active Directory service, we can come back to the Azure portal. So from the resource section here, we can click on here. We can see the list of all the resources that we want to work on. So here we have the access to work on resource groups, on app services, on functions app, on SQL database, on load balancers, storage accounts. So we have a list of all the other services available that we can choose, and then we can get started. So to work on Active Directory, here we can click on create a resource. And here we can, if you're looking for one specific service, then we can simply choose that service by simply typing in the service name. And all the services related to that is going to be visible to us. So you can see here, we have searched for domain, and here Azure Add Domain Services has been currently listed down. So now we can open this up. So now to work with the Azure Add Domain Services, here we have to click on create. So first of all, we have to choose the subscription model that we want to go ahead with. And then we have to choose a resource group. Suppose resource group is basically used for making sure that we are placing all the resources in a group. see, so that we can pick up any group and then we can see which all services are listed in that particular resource group together. And then we can choose the DNS part. So here we can choose the DNS name. Now, and then we can choose the region, the SKU code, and the forest type that you want to use as a part of the requirement. So basically, in terms of the forest type, our user forest synchronizes cloud and on-premise users and groups to support the LDAP protocols. And a resource forest only syncs cloud users and groups to support legacy resources hosted in Azure from a trusted domain. So then we have to choose the networking component where we can choose the virtual network. So if case we already have deployed a complete isolated network, then we can do that, or we can create a new network as part of the requirement. We can easily do that. And here we can define the network. Here we can choose in which subnet we want to deploy. For example, we had deployed multiple public and private subnets as a part of multi-tier architecture. So here we can choose a subnet in which this resource is going to be deployed in. And then next we can configure the administration part. That means here if we want to enable the DC administrators. So basically, let's say here we can choose to create a group to specify which users can manage the Azure domain services. So if you want to manage the group membership, then here we can click on manage group membership. And then this is going to take us to the entire management domain where we can keep on adding multiple members in case we haven't added yet. So we'll be adding that later on. So here we can choose to create the administration part yet. And then we can choose to specify the notifications. So these groups will be notified when we have an alert of warning or critical severity. So here we can choose all global administrators or the and the members of the ad group as a part of the administrator group where we can add multiple set of users as and when required. And here we can add additional email participants by specifying their email addresses. We can do that. And here, if you want to, once we add them, we can here we are going to add the users later on, so we can keep it to the default parameters for now. Then we can choose the synchronization option. So here, Azure Add Domain Services provides one-way synchronization from Azure Active Directory to the managed domain. Now, in addition, only certain attributes are synchronized down to the managed domain, along with the groups, group memberships, and passwords. So here we can choose the synchronization type available. So here we can, now basically we have two types. We have the scoped synchronization and then we have full synchronization available. So scoped synchronization is a great option if we already have a large directory, but only a small group or a number of users who need to use Azure Add Domain Services using scoped organization. Or we can say using this code option, we can select a few groups and that's going to decrease the amount of time it's going to take for our managed domain to be up to date with the add directory. And once we have chosen the directory, then here we can click on next. We can simply review all the parameters that we have specified. So usually it takes a bit of time to validate all the components. And once it validates that each and every pointers, they are fine without any issues, then we will be able to create the sub. So once it has been reviewed, we can simply click on create and this DNS support is going to be created. So usually it takes a bit of time for this entire service to be deployed. So we are going to get notified once the entire deployment is done. We may have to wait for a couple of minutes for this deployment to be done completely. And now once the deployment has been done, again, we can see each and every account is going to be created. We are speaking, that's why there is no sound. Mohammed is waiting for this one to be deployed. So as you can see, this Active Directory is going to be deployed as well. And to create a managed domain, we can click on create. and then we can define the entire managed domain and again, once this has been deployed, we would be able to use it. And same way, if you want to work around with changing the password, for example, if you want to define the password access, right? So for cloud user accounts, users must change their passwords before they can use the Azure Ad data services. So basically, password change process causes the password hashes. And again, it simply allows for especially for the 𝐏𝐫𝐸𝐻, and the account isn't synchronized with Azure Ad services to Azure ADS until the password is changed. So either expire the passwords for all cloud users in the tenant who need to use the Azure ADS, which forces a password change on next sign-in, or instruct cloud users to manually change their passwords, just like we can set the password policy in other accounts. Let's say we can use IAM back in AWS. So for doing that, we can make use of Azure Ad Access Panels. So for doing that, again, we can search for the services here. So here we can define the link by using myapps.microsoft.com. And we can see the overview for the current Active Directory that we have created. So here we have the Azure Ad Connect. So here we can see the sign-ons. Here to create a user, we can go to the user section. We can go for identity protection service as a part of the featured services that we can go for. But again, as we discussed here, identity feature protection and the privileged identity management, tenant restrictions, these are offered as a part of the advanced, the premium plan available under Azure, not under the basic or free plan. If you want to create a new user, then here we can define the user creation option here. We can choose to create the groups and assign the roles to these different users accordingly. And then we can block the sign-in process. We can define the usage location. That means we want to restrict the user from any specific country, then we can define the location as well, along with specifying other details as in for job title, department, company name, and manager define. Same way here we can create a group as well. Here we can define the groups, and then we can define specific roles that we want to assign for that group, so that all the group members, they are going to have the access to only those specific permissions accordingly. Same way, if you want to work on the Azure Ad Connect, suppose here we want to manage the on-premise resources, authentication, configurations, and on-premise infrastructure using the Azure Ad Hybrid services, then we can make use of Azure Ad Connect. And then this is going to simply give us the entire options from provisioning from Active Directory by using the Azure Ad Connect cloud provisioning. We can also make use of the user sign-in. The staged rollout for cloud authentication on-premise applications can be easily configured for remote access as well by using this Active Directory Connect. We have roles here, so just like we have policies there, we do have the concept of rules for granting the access. So if we go to the role section here, so again, just like we have discussed in AWS, so these all are the inbuilt roles available for different users. So for example, here we have users for the report reader. Here we have a role defined for search administrator. For search editor, we have a role defined for user administrator. So again, these all are the inbuilt rules that you want to work on. If you want to create a new custom role, then first of all, we do need to have the access to Azure Ad Premium P1 or P2, and then we can start creating a new custom role as and when required. So here we can open up any specific role here. We can assign it to any specific user or groups as and when required. And same way, if you want to work on the identity governance, then here we can move on to the same identity governance section, where we can focus on the access reviews especially for the SaaS-based applications, where we can also focus on role-based assignments. But again, as we discussed, these all are available under the premium subscription. Premium subscription as in the premium support subscription, especially for P1 and P2, as these are not even offered for the basic plans. That's how they are structured. Now we have multiple Active Directory tenants as well. So tenant, when we talk about tenants, then we simply mean an organization. That exactly is what we mean by tenants. and it is basically a dedicated instance of Azure Ad Directory service that's given to us. And then Microsoft ensures that each of these tenants is isolated and separate as a part of data lake concept. All right, so now since we have discussed the base of Active Directory, so now let's discuss on the concepts for, let's see the hands-on on through which we can get started. So let's log into our own Active Directory here as a part of our dummy account. Now, in case you don't have the access, guys, so we can simply log into our account here by simply typing in portal.azure.com, and then we have to enter our credentials, and then we can get started in this particular account. So now for getting started here, this is the entire dashboard that we are currently looking at. And if you want to start creating a new resource, then we can click on create resource. And here we can see the list of all the available resources offered by Azure, and that too in different categories for analytics, for blockchain, computation, containers, databases, developer tools, DevOps, identity, integration. These are multiple services that we have available as a part of Azure. And we have multiple categories of services that we have to offer. And in order to navigate from one service to the other, just like we have in AWS, it's always advisable to go ahead and use the search bar available on top here. And again, to see the list of all the Active Directories, we can see the service offered by AWS by the name of Azure Active Directory. So we can open it up. Now, here we can see here we have the list of all the users, group, external identities, administrator units, devices, app registration, identity, licenses, right? Now, when we talk about app registration, then these are multiple use cases. And this is most widely used as well. Now, app registration is, for example, if we have been deploying multiple applications in our platform, and now we want to give a control access to every user to certain applications, so that whatever resources have been deployed for that particular application, those users or groups are going to have the access only for those services, nothing less, nothing more. Just like we have the component of tags, so we can decide how, like, if the users are going to have the access, then how much access we want to give them for different services that we have deployed on top of Azure platform. So if we have multiple applications deployed, then we can register them by using the app registration, right? All right, so now we can do one thing. We can start by defining a user first. So basically we create an account first, and then as just like a company creates multiple groups here. And again, groups are basically the collection of users. So basically when a company is initiated, it sets the multiple departments. It gives the multiple departments the set of permissions so that they don't have any kind of overlapping permissions. And for example, if you want to create a group of users who are going to be working only on databases, so we can create a group for database managers, and then we can give them the access to only database services. If you want to create a group of users who are going to work only on the storage services, then we can give them the access, and we can create a group that has the policies for giving them access to database services, and then we can add the users to those groups, so that only that user who has been added to this group, for which we have defined the policies, they are going to have full access to the policies. Why? Because they are part of that particular group. That's how it is structured in groups. Same way, we have the concept of policies and groups and roles available in AWS platform as well, in case you have been familiar with AWS. So for example, if we want to create a new group of users, here we can define new group, and then we can give the group a name. Let's say here we can, group type is basically on security or for 365, we can define that. Here we have to define the group name. Let's say we are creating a group for website managers. We can give for website managers, and then we can give a group description. So let's say here we define a small group here, group for website managers created in June 2020. And here we can define to create. So currently we have a group defined. And now if you want to make sure Now, here we can see the entire group that has been defined here, along with the entire membership type that we have structured. And now if we want to give the access to this particular group here, we can open the group, and then we can define the source, the type, the object ID, the creation date. And now we want to define multiple properties for it. If you want to define the multiple applications as well. For example, if we are going to add any applications, we can define the applications. If you want to give any, if you want to define multiple properties for this particular group here, we can define that. If you want to attach any kind of administrative units, let me suppose if we are going to add multiple admins to this particular group here, we can go to administrative units as well, and then we can start defining them. If you want to create multiple membership, for example, if you want to define a new membership, then we can create a new membership, and then we can attach that membership here as well. If you want to attach multiple licenses, so for example, if you want to attach licenses here, then we can attach those licenses as per the setup by this particular group that we have created. And now if you want to attach users, for example, now once we have the group defined, now if we want to attach users to this group, we can come out to the default directory. And if you want to attach users, we can click on users here, where we can see the list of all the users that we have currently added into the account. And if you want to start adding new users, then here we can define add new user as a part of the entire account for Azure Directory Services. And here we can choose, now if we want to invite any other users, we can invite the user as well. For example, if we want to invite any users to get on board on this platform, we can give the name, the email address, and then an invitation will be sent to those users to be a part of this entire account. Or if you want to create any new user for this account here, we can define the username. Let's say if you want to define username here, then we can define the name of the user. We can choose the password. So if you want to use our own password, we can define that. Here we can choose a group. For example, currently this user is not a part of the group because we haven't chosen any group here. If we want to make sure that this user is a part of the group that we want to define it to, then we can choose a group that we want to attach, and then we can get started. For example, if you want to associate, if you're looking to associate this to website managers, we can choose website managers, click on select, and then roles. Now here roles we can define. Role is basically this is going to be a user of what kind of different roles we want to attach to this particular group to this user that we are going to create. Now these all are pre-configured roles available by Azure. These all are pre-configured roles that we can choose from. For example, we want to make this user the application administrator who can work on the app registrations and enterprise applications. And if we want to make sure that this user is only having the responsibility of taking care of the entire billing here. So the entire billing related tasks like billing payment information, getting the invoices, these components can be managed by this particular user. Or we want that this user should be having the access of being a global administrators. Then we can keep this user global administrators, and it is not mandatory to choose only a single role here. We can attach multiple roles as well. For example, we want that this user should be having the access to billing administrator and the global administrator as well, along with having the access of, for example, for Power BI, for security editor or auditor, and for user administrator as well. So if you want to attach multiple roles, we can attach that. And then we can define if you want to block the sign-in. If you want to block the sign-in for any specific location here, we can define location as well. That means users are not going to be allowed to log in from that particular location. And once we are done, we can click on create user, and this user is going to be created. And this user is currently a part of the Active Directory that we have defined, for which we can start. Now, if you want, we can log in using this particular user as well. We can do that. And even after creation of the user, we can customize its parameters exactly as per the requirement, even after we have done with the creation of the users. And if you want to give, now these all are pre-configured roles and administration that we can give as a part of Azure Active Directory, just like we have pre-configured policies in AWS. And now if you want to create any custom role for us, for our own requirement, then we can easily do that by defining a custom roles. But remember, if we talk about the entire creating a custom rule, for that we do need the active premium services. So for creating our own custom rules here, we do need the active service for premium one, as in P1 and P2. Then only we can go ahead and create those different custom rules for us. And now, if we are looking to define any application that we had deployed here, then we can define new application, or we can register an application so that we can give the application the type of access that we want. Or if we want to define from, for example, if we are going to give multiple sign-on services, then we can easily do that by using that particular category of services. We can easily define that. And then we have the option for devices, where we can register devices that we are going to allow the access to, or there has been access when you're going for multiple device chain environment. Then we have identity governance. So basically here we can make sure we are able to record the identities for every resource that is going to be deployed on top of Azure ad account. So if you want to define the entire life cycle by automating the requests, workflows, assignments, reviews, and expiration, we can easily define that by these different policies here. And then we can access the reviews as well. We can give the entire certification campaigns for SaaS-based platforms. We can block the access, and then we can delete the accounts as well. We can have we can schedule all the access, alerts, approvals, workflows for Azure ad, and then we can define it to the roles as well. For example, let me showcase you what if you want to define the entire access package. Then here we can click on create an access package. We can define the name. Let's say we define the name as Edureka itself. Here we have to give them a short description. Custom access package for, let's do one thing. Let's define one role first. And then if you want to define the security as well, if you for example, if you want to define the entire identity protection, if you want to allow the conditional access for multiple services, then we can easily define these services one by one. If you want to apply MFA, for example, multi-factor authentication, then we can navigate to this area for MFA, where we can get and MFA is also a part of the entire P1 plan, where we can use MFA. So MFAs are basically multi-factor authentication that we use for making sure that not all the accounts, because we don't need to apply MFA for every account. We only need to apply MFA for the accounts of the administrators and the root users, because these are critical accounts having, we can say, a higher level of access given to them. So we apply the MFA to these devices so that only those users who are having the access to the keys, only they are going to be allowed the access to. And if we talk about the entire concept for MFA, then let me showcase you that. So basically, authentication is of two types. We have two-factor authentication, and then we have multi-factor authentication. We have two types of authentication available. We have two types. We have two-factor, and then we have multi-factor authentication. Now in multi-factor authentication, two-factor authentication, we only need to know the username, and then we also need to know the password. Only the username and the password itself. Whereas in multi-factor authentication, we need to know the username, the password, and also we need to know one of the access keys. We need to have the access to the access keys. Now these can be a one-time password, these can be the security keys, these can be the UTF, these can be any kind of fingerprint or palm scanners. This can be security cards as well. So basically the main idea behind multi-factor authentication is, even if someone knows our username, now in two-factor, if someone knows our username and password, then they can get the access to the entire account with much ease. Whereas in multi-factor authentication, even if they know the username password, even if they have the access to the or they know the username password, they will not be allowed to gain the access to the account. Why? Because they don't have the access to the keys or any kind of rotational based keys. So these things, it simply makes sure we have the entire account secured as a part of multi-factor authentication that we can allocate by using our Active Directory account.
So first and foremost, let's try and understand what Azure Kubernetes service is. Now, I'm not going to get into the details of this service right away, but just to give you an introduction, Azure Kubernetes service is a fully managed container management service. It is provided by Microsoft Azure, obviously, which is a very popular cloud service provider. And recent stats also state that it is one of the leading public cloud service providers in the market. So when you talk about Azure Kubernetes, it is basically managed by Microsoft Azure. What it does is it offers serverless continuous integration and deployment experience. Now, what does that mean? What we can do with it? We'll discuss all those things as we get into the details of Azure Kubernetes service. For now, we need to understand quite a few other concepts before we get to that point. But to summarize a few of its benefits, what Azure Kubernetes service does is, what it offers is end-to-end deployment, scalability, and availability. Now, how do these things work? We'll discuss that. But before that, let's try and understand what evolution of software development and deployment is and how it has evolved with time, right? So we all know how applications were built and how they've progressed with time, right? So if you talk about the popular ways in which software development and deployment has evolved, we all think of waterfall model, agile model, and DevOps, which is the current way in which we basically go ahead and deploy applications, right? Or basically not only develop, but also maintain, monitor, and deploy applications, right? So let's try and understand all of these one by one. Let's see how they evolved with time. So when you talk about waterfall model, agile model, or DevOps, they all have these three things, which basically sets them apart, right? The application architecture, be it their deployment or packaging. And finally, the application infrastructure that we can think of. Now, when you talk about the application architecture, the first one, that is your waterfall model, is known for its monolithic architectures, right? Something that we came away from. If you talk about current generation, we are more into the microservices model that is handled by a DevOps, right? So when you talk about waterfall, we had monolithic applications. That means everything was inside a single application. Your servers, right? Your applications, be it your management tools and stuff like that, everything was inside a single application. And these kind of architectures were called as monolithic architectures. Now, with time, we had agile model where we had multi-tier applications where some of your applications or some of the functionalities of your applications were handed over to some other domain or to some other tier, right? And hence we had multiple tiers. Say, for example, you would have your application tier in one place and you'd have your basically your database tier in other place, right? Something like that. And when you talk about DevOps, they took this functionality to a further classified, I'd say, architecture where we had microservices or granular parts of your application that could function independently. Now, why do we need these kind of changes, right? Why did we not opt for monolithic applications? Now, when you talk about monolithic applications, these were bulky and these were very rigid, not easy to basically go ahead and modify. If you had to change the entire thing. When you talk about Agile, it gave you more flexibility. How? We had multi-tiers, right? So if one of the tiers is not functioning, right? So we could actually go ahead and work on that tier and it would not affect the remaining functionality. But when you talk about DevOps or when you talk about microservices in particular, it basically breaks down your application into granular chunks where each of these applications performs as a whole, but you can think of them as an individual part, which you can basically go ahead and function or operate on individually, and also ensure that you can basically make changes to these individual parts individually without affecting the functioning of the entire application. Now, when we talk about deployment and packaging, we have different ways in which these applications are hosted, right? Or in which these different ways of software development and deployment work, right? So when you talk about deployment packaging, your waterfall model supported or supports your physical servers, right? You have a physical server. Similarly, when you talk about your DevOps, or rather we have Agile first. So when you talk about Agile, you had your virtual servers. Now, if you talk about cloud computing, yes, to some extent it supports virtualization, but back in those days, virtual servers were a little different. So if you talk about agile model, it basically lies on a deployment model which is based on virtual servers. When you talk about microservices, on the other hand, they are more based on containers kind of an deployment is what I would say. Similarly, if you go ahead and discuss their application infrastructure, now for your waterfall models, we had data centers that basically had all these applications being hosted, right? Your monolithic applications. Similarly, when you talk about agile, we mostly move to the hosted platforms, right? And when you talk about current microservices or your container infrastructure, we talk about cloud hosting. And that is why we've come up with this session where we'd be understanding how containers work on top of cloud. That is your Kubernetes orchestration tool. In this case, would be working on our Microsoft Azure cloud platform. So I believe the evolution of development and deployment is clear to you all. Let us now go ahead and understand or discuss some of the other bits that are there on our plate. Now, before we actually go ahead and understand how Kubernetes works, right? And why are we talking about containers and stuff? We need to understand how containers are different from virtual machines, because virtual machines are something that people have been using and many of them have migrated to containers. Why? Because both of them, they have their benefits and reasons for these benefits. So let us try and understand how a container is different from a virtual machine. More than a comparison, it is just understanding how they're different from each other. Now, this image should give you an understanding as to how these two things are different. The one on the left hand side, you have your container, and on the right hand side, you have your virtual machine. Now, when you talk about virtual machine, what a virtual machine does is, on top of your server, it lets you host your guest operating systems. To give you an example, when you talk about a service, right, or if you talk about a cloud platform like Microsoft Azure, where you have Azure virtual machines, which again lets you spawn instances or virtual machines. Now, these virtual machines or instances can have different guest OSs. Say, for example, if you launch a virtual machine that basically has a guest OS of Linux, and there's another virtual machine that has a guest OS of your Windows, right? So we are talking about two different virtual machines or entities which function on the same server, but they have different operating systems. That means if I want an application to run in Windows, I can do that using my VM, that is Windows in nature. And similarly, if I want something to run on top of Linux, I can use the virtual machine that is Linux in nature, right? So that is what virtual machines offer you. Okay. But there's a catch here. When you talk about a virtual machine, you're talking about a server, right? On top of that server, you'd be having your host operating system on which you'd be running a hypervisor. Now, this is more of a middleware, okay? Or a service that supports all the applications that are there on top of it, including the operating system, the guest operating system that we are talking about. Now, here, the problem is, as you can see, the virtual machines that you see on the left-hand side, right? They'll have separate guest OSs, they'll have their bins, and then on top of that, they'll be having the applications that are running. Now, what is the disadvantage here? Here, what happens is, each time you have a virtual machine that is operating, we need to ensure that there's a guest OS there. So there's a dependency on this. And what this does is it makes it difficult for you to basically break this virtual machine from the existing infrastructure or architecture and make it run somewhere else, right? Because this is a complicated process. But when you talk about your containers, this is where the difference lies. Say, for example, I'll be having a Docker engine in this case, right? It can be anything. I mean, when you talk about Docker engine, it is a type of tool that provides you containers, okay? So supports container spawning for you in simple words. There are other container tools as well. We are not here to discuss Docker, but Docker is one of the most popular container tools. That is why you see Docker here. So think of it as your container image, what you see there in the left-hand side. So you can see that there's a server host, you have your hypervisor, you have your guest OS. So guest OS here is common, right? So when you have a guest OS here, what that means is all the containers that would be running on top of it would be running on the same guest OS. So you do not have a dependency where basically you have to ensure that all the guest OS requirements are also there in your container. So your container is more independent of the operating system, right? The only concern here though is, in case of containers, you have to ensure that if you have one hypervisor or one Docker engine that is running for you, right? In that Docker engine where there's a single guest OS, in that case, you'll be running all your containers that are supported by that guest OS, right? Now, if my guest OS is Windows, I cannot expect myself to run Linux containers there. I'm just giving you an example, okay? So there's a drawback there. But the benefit here is, right, since your applications, your bins and your library files are independent, you can package them in a container and move them across easily. So you can run it on other Docker engines as well to support your claim. What that does is, since you have this freedom here where you're not dependent on your guest OS, right, or you do not have a guest OS inside your container, you get certain benefits. It makes your containers faster, okay, makes them reliable, and at the same time makes them efficient. So that is what basically containers are, and that is how they're different from virtual machines. So I hope by now the point here is clear to you all, as in how do these things function. Okay, let us now go ahead and understand the other bits. So now let us try and understand what Kubernetes is, right? Because many of us know that it is a container orchestration tool. We always try to compare it with Docker, which may not be the rightest things to do, or the best things to do rather. Why is that? Let's try and understand that, as in, what is Kubernetes? Why do we need it? And is it same as Docker or not? Okay. Now, here are few things that would tell us why do we need Kubernetes, and how it is different from Docker is something that I would discuss in this bit itself. Now, when you talk about Kubernetes, it is used for container communication. Now, this is where it is different from Docker. When you talk about Docker, it is something that lets you basically set up containers and work with containers, okay? When you talk about Kubernetes, it is something that lets you manage these containers, be it your Docker containers or be it other kind of containers as well. So that is what Kubernetes does for you. Now, let us try and understand why do we need something like Kubernetes to manage these containers, be it a Docker container or be it any other container. Now, when you talk about containers, they cannot communicate with each other. They need help to do that. This is where a tool like Kubernetes comes into picture. Apart from that, if you go ahead, what containers do is they basically can be deployed as applications, right? As individual applications. But since it is easier to deploy these applications thanks to containers, you cannot just go ahead and deploy applications the way it suits you. You cannot just go ahead and deploy your containers the way it suits you, right? There has to be a process behind it. You need to understand what containers to spawn, what to schedule, what to release, right? I mean, what to deploy rather. So to do that, this is where Kubernetes again comes into picture. Third bit here is careful container management. Now, what do you mean by careful container management? It again is similar to what we discussed, right? As we talked about how deployment works, similarly, we also need to understand how container management works, right? When you talk about containers, there are quite a few pointers that come into picture. Now, at the start, when I talked about Azure Kubernetes Service, you realize that there were certain pointers that talked about, I mean, there were some highlights or features there on the first slide that showed you it helps you in better deployment, right? And quite a few other things. So when you talk about those pointers, right, what services like Kubernetes do is they ensure that your deployment is happening properly. You are able to deploy multiple applications, right? And you are also able to track whether these applications are up and functioning, whether one of these applications is dead. Do you need to work on it, right? So you get this kind of management when you talk about Kubernetes. Enable auto scaling. To give you an example, let's assume that you have an application that basically deals with 3 servers. Now, let's assume that that application does very well, right? In this case, you might need to scale that application. Is it easier just to go ahead and scale these applications? No, right? Because there could be a possibility that now you have to manage not just 3 servers, but you're required to manage like 100 servers. In that case, using a tool or using an orchestration tool rather like Kubernetes would help you ensure that all your containers running in different 100 servers on top of these different 100 servers are functioning properly. So this is where auto scaling comes into picture. What Kubernetes does is it gives you an ability to auto scale your applications in situations where manual intervention is not needed. And that is what Kubernetes does for you. So these are some of the reasons why Kubernetes came into picture. So yes, we had containers, but these were some of the drawbacks that containers had. And this is what something like Kubernetes lets you do. Okay, let us now go ahead and understand what is Kubernetes, right? So I've already explained what Kubernetes is. There's not a lot of different pointers that have left to be explained. So if you talk about Kubernetes, right, it is an open source container management tool which automates container deployment, container descaling, and container load balancing. So all the activities that we discussed, right, be it managing multiple servers, ensuring that all the containers are working together, right, they're able to communicate with each other. So basically all the container management, it happens, all the orchestration, it happens using your Kubernetes, and that is what it does. Okay. What is one of the benefits it offers? It works brilliantly with all cloud vendors, be it your public, hybrid, or on-premise. Okay. And one of those popular cloud platforms, as I've mentioned, is Microsoft Azure, which we'll be discussing as we move further. So what do you need to know more about Kubernetes? Now, these are some of the facts, right? I mean, some of the things that might intrigue you. I'm not very sure about that. But if you talk about Kubernetes, it was developed by Google. Okay. So Google, as we know, brings in a big customer base, a big audience, right? A big community to discuss. And that is why this in itself is a big thing. Why? Because when you talk about something like Kubernetes, it is going to have a huge community. And that would mean that there's huge support, huge documentation for you to work with. It was developed using a programming language called as 𝐏𝐤𝐚, and it entirely was built using it. Apart from that, to summarize what Kubernetes is, you can think of it as a number of containers that can be put into one logical unit so that you can simplify the process of managing these containers and how they work. Okay, so this is what Kubernetes is in a nutshell. Let's try and understand how the architecture of Kubernetes works and what are the components that you should know about Kubernetes. So this is what the basic architecture of Kubernetes looks like. Okay, so you have your APIs, you have your Kubernetes master, you have your image registry, then you have your nodes, which basically are nothing but your applications. So let's try and understand these one by one, as in how do these function. Okay, so when you talk about the APIs, the CLI, and the UI, right, the first thing that you need to do is you need to set up a Kubernetes cluster, right? So when you talk about a Kubernetes cluster, a cluster would be nothing but your central management point using which you'll be managing all your applications or your different containers that host your applications, right? So first what you do is you create this cluster, something that you can do by using your CLI, right? And then you can interact, or others can also interact with your cluster by using an API server. Okay, so your API server is nothing but that basically ensures the authentication and the identification of the people or the resources interacting with your Kubernetes master or with your Kubernetes cluster. Okay, now if you talk about Kubernetes cluster to start with, your Kubernetes cluster, here what you can see is you have your Kubernetes master, right? Kubernetes master is something that basically manages your containers. And what you see on the left hand side, the nodes and stuff, right? This is nothing but your worker nodes. Now this is where you'll be having your applications that are actually running. So your worker nodes would be implementing or running your applications. Your Kubernetes master, on the other hand, would basically be managing these applications and telling you how to basically run these applications on top of it. To understand this better, let's go ahead and take a look at this diagram that you have. Okay, so what you see here is you see a Kubernetes master, right? And inside this Kubernetes master, there are quite a few other things as well. We'll discuss those. But what you see on the screen are some key components that you need to know. Okay, so inside your Kubernetes master, you'd be having two important pointers, that is your replication controller and your service. Okay, so when you talk about a replication controller, it is nothing but a resource that is owned by your master, that is your Kubernetes master, right? What it does is It ensures that the requested number of pods are running on nodes always. Okay, so your replication controller is something that controls the functioning, not controls, it basically tells your worker nodes that keep the nodes or the pods running. Now, what are the pods and what do they do? We'll discuss that. Do not worry about that. It's not very complicated, but that is what your replication controller does. Apart from that, you have your service, which is nothing but, again, an object on your master node, right? Or your Kubernetes master rather, that provides load balancing across replicated groups of pods. Now, let me try and make sense for these two terms by first explaining what are your nodes, what are your pods, right? So when you talk about your nodes, these are nothing but your worker nodes, which would be holding your application. Now, in this case, your node can, what we do is we basically classify our worker nodes into pods. Now, pods are sub-entities, right? These are logical collections of the containers which need to interact with each other for the applications to keep running, okay? And inside these pods, you basically have your containers. So that is what the infrastructure looks like. You'll be having pods and which would be holding a logical set of containers that probably result in a particular kind of application, right? And you can have multiple such pods. What you see here is you see Docker. So what it tells you is your worker node is nothing but a container, right? So it can be other container tool as well, need not be Docker. But again, as I've mentioned, Docker is a popular tool. So you see it here. So what you see here is basically a Docker container, right? Which has multiple pods, and these multiple pods are basically responsible for running your application. And who controls all these applications? Your Kubernetes master. So assume a situation where you need to scale up a particular virtual machine, not a virtual machine, in this case, a particular node. So how do you do that? To do that, you basically have something like a load balancer, which helps you balance your load, right? Either distributed, or in case if you need scaling, it helps you scale your applications as well, right? And then you have your replication controller that basically ensures, right, your application is running. So what your replication controller does is it tells your node that this application has to run, okay? And who makes it run? There's something called as kubelet. Now inside every node, there would be another entity called as kubelet. That kubelet is responsible for running your application. So this is how your Kubernetes architecture looks like, and this is how it functions. Now we've understood what Kubernetes is, how it works, right? Let us now go ahead and understand Azure Kubernetes Service. Now, to give you a brief about Azure Kubernetes Service, as I've already mentioned, it is a Kubernetes service that is hosted on the Azure cloud platform. Okay, so let me just go back to the slide one and explain that again so that we can go ahead and understand how working of Azure Kubernetes happens. So we've already seen this slide, right? What is Azure Kubernetes Service, but now it would make a lot more sense for you. Okay, so what can happen or what Azure Kubernetes Service offers to you. Now, if you talk about Azure to start with, it is a popular cloud service provider. What that means is with Azure Kubernetes or with Microsoft Azure, you can basically have various services that help you in software development, planning, management, right? Be it your administrative practices, development practices, or architectural practices related to a software. All these things can be hosted on a public server in this case, which again can be your Microsoft Azure cloud. Now, what it does is it basically gives you all the services that are needed to carry out all the actions that I just mentioned, where you can rent these resources or follow a pay-as-you-go model and use these services to benefit your requirement. Okay. Now, when you talk about a platform like Microsoft Azure, which again is a cloud platform, as I've just mentioned, the possibility of dealing with applications are plenty, or the possibilities rather are plenty. So you can do so many things. So what that does is that gives developers or application owners options to work with these applications in numerous ways. Okay, it simplifies their complications, right? Since if you're talking about a platform like Microsoft Azure, it helps you basically orchestrate quite a lot of activities, be it managing your servers, infrastructure, right? Be it basically load balancing, be it auto scaling, all these things can be controlled by using the cloud platform. So what that does is that gives developers this added benefit, okay, or the application owners this added benefit. And that is why what these cloud platforms are doing these days is they are encroaching or basically covering different domains, be it your big data, DevOps, analytics, right? All these things are or can be implemented using these cloud platforms, because when you talk about these cloud platforms, they're already owning various markets of software development and application hosting. Okay. So that is why having something like Kubernetes work on top of Azure is a benefit. Why? Because some of the complications that you'd find difficult to implement using Kubernetes can be controlled by using Microsoft Azure. And that is why you have these added benefits, be it your end-to-end deployment, be it your availability or scalability. If you talk about some of the benefits that it actually offers, what it does is you pay only for the nodes that you use. That means last time I checked, Microsoft Azure did not charge you for your master node. You only get charged for your worker nodes that you use. Okay. Your cluster upgrades are easier, so you do not have to worry about the patching part and stuff like that. Integration with various Azure and other tools and services becomes easier. Not just that, what you can also do is you can actually go ahead and enforce various rules that are under Azure policy across multiple clusters to have uniformity if you need to, right? What you can also do is you can scale Kubernetes and other nodes using autoscaler that Microsoft Azure supports. And you can even expand your scale even greater by scheduling your containers on Azure containers. So that is what Microsoft Azure Kubernetes service provides you with. Okay. Let us now move further in this Azure Kubernetes service tutorial video, and let's try and understand some of the other important pointers, like how does the architecture of Azure Kubernetes services works. Okay, to understand the working of AKS or Azure Kubernetes service, right? You can see this diagram on the screen. It's a fairly simple diagram and it tells you what Azure Kubernetes service does. Okay, so we've already seen how Azure Kubernetes architecture works, right? I mean, we know what all components it has and stuff like that. This is a more detailed view. So what you'll have is you'll have again a Kubernetes master node or cluster is what you can call it. Okay, so in this master node, the functionality would be same. It would be controlling how the deployment and how the management of your containers work. So basically, Azure will manage your master node. It will basically help you control quite a few activities that are there. As a customer, you'd be managing the applications only. There too, you would have support from Microsoft Azure. How we would understand that? Now, if you talk about the control plane, what you have here is you have your API server. Now, when you talk about your API server, what it does is it basically tells you how the underlying Kubernetes APIs are exposed. Okay. What this component basically does is it provides the interaction for your management tools, be it your Kubectl or the Kubernetes dashboard. Similarly, you have your etcd. Now, etcd basically what it does is it maintains the state of your Kubernetes. When I say the state of Kubernetes, I'm talking about the Kubernetes cluster, and basically it helps you control all the configuration that is there. This thing is highly available and it is key value based in nature. Okay. What you also have here is basically you have a scheduler. What your scheduler does is it lets you create and scale your applications to basically determine which nodes can run on what workload and stuff like that. Okay. And finally, you have your controller manager. Now, this is an important bit again. What it does is it controls or oversees a number of smaller controllers, whether they're performing their actions or not. And what it also helps you in doing is replicating the pods that you have and handling your nodal operations as well. So this is what your control plane does, and it is basically managed by your Azure. Now, what is the benefit of having Azure manage it, right? Since Azure is managing it, you do not have to worry about the configuration part, setting up part, right? Your cluster node is basically set up by Microsoft Azure, and that is what it simplifies. Then the other bit is your customer managed bit, be it your kubelet, right? Kube proxy, your container and container runtime. To understand this better, I think this diagram should draw a clearer or a better picture for you. Okay. So basically, when you talk about your customer part, now there are quite a few things that you need to know. I've mentioned kubelet, which basically lets you run your pods, right? Your pods are run by your kubelet. That is what your kubelet does. Okay. There are other things as well that you need to know here. You have your Azure Virtual Network Interface. Now, it is something that takes care of all the interface requirements that you might otherwise have. Okay. And similarly, you have your kube proxy, right? Kube proxy again works together with your virtual network interface, right? Or basically your Azure virtual network and tells you what needs to be done. Okay. Now, all these things, they reside on a virtual machine again. So we've discussed all the differences and benefits of it. So what Azure does is it basically launches a virtual machine for you on top of which your containers would reside. Okay. So when you talk about these containers again, these are nothing but your applications that are running for you. Okay. And these are the services that would help you actually implement or control all these applications that are there. You can actually go ahead and scale up your virtual machines to meet the requirements of your application in different ways. So this is how the working of AKS is. I mean, this is how the master node works, and this is how your basically customer node or your worker nodes work when you talk about AKS. We'll see these as we get into the demo part. But before that, let's go ahead and understand a use case or see a use case as to how vehicle safety with AKS is supported. Now, when we say vehicle safety, we are talking about a use case that was set forth by Bosch. Okay, Bosch, as we all know, is a very popular company which has numerous thousands of employees working across the globe for meeting different technological needs of the world. Okay, in this particular use case, what they thought of was the amount of accidents that happen due to wrong way driving. Okay, and what they thought was, could we find a solution that could basically help us overcome this bit of problem? Okay, so what were the problems that they were facing, right? When you talk about wrong way driving problems, right? What are the issues that we face? Okay, because of wrong way driving, there could be a lot of accidents, unplanned casualties and stuff like that. But if I am to avoid wrong way driving using technology, it's a very tedious task. The reason for that is, what I can try and do here is I can basically set up an application that notifies me of wrong way driving, right? But then for that to happen, I have to have a lot of data that is in real time. And when I'm driving, my only way of fetching data is by using cell phones and GPS, right? But then again, there are problems with these things. When you talk about cell phones, they basically function very well in a radius of 5 meters distance when you talk about their operational radius or their limitations when you talk about range on exchanging this data. Okay, so you can transfer data to a larger audiences. We see that through WhatsApp and stuff. But if you talk about GPS kind of data, we are talking about multiple points or multiple data that we are dealing with. And to deal with them parallelly can be a difficult task. So because of that, Bosch felt was that this was an impossible task to deal with. Why? In order to get the last piece of information out of the noisy sensor data can be a problem. And in order to develop a highly scalable and ultra flexible service to process this data in real time can also be a tedious task. What they also figured out was, to solve this problem, they needed this data in real time and in very short duration. If we could do that, we could actually go ahead and save accidents and we could save these wrong way driving incidents. And that is why they decided to work with Microsoft Azure, which was their already supporting partner. What they also did was they ensured that they did go ahead and accommodate Azure Kubernetes service in their infrastructure. What this did was it ensured that Bosch would get repeatable, manageable clusters of containers. And since they work in such shorter durations, do not have latencies in minutes, but rather in seconds, they offered a simple form of services for them to work with. And what that ensured was they had the average time to calculate whether a driver is going the wrong way or not in milliseconds. So around 60 milliseconds they could figure out. That is around a second where they could figure out whether a driver was in the wrong way or not. And that is what basically your Azure Kubernetes service enabled them to do. Their major problem, that is they had the time constraint. That is something it helped them solve. And because of that, they could come up with this wrong way driving problem solution where they basically use Microsoft Azure to host their data and basically Azure Kubernetes service to basically help them in simple provisioning, scaling of applications and ensuring that the real-time data is made available to the drivers within a span of 60 milliseconds, which again is a big achievement. So that is what AKS or Azure Kubernetes Service had to offer. If you go to Microsoft Azure's website, there's so many good use cases that talk about AKS. So you might want to go ahead and take a look at that as well. As far as the session goes, we'd go ahead and take a look at the demo and understand how we can actually go ahead and set up an Azure Kubernetes cluster and a lot more. Okay, so guys, let's go ahead and get into the demo part now. This is how the Azure portal looks like. Okay, I've signed into the Azure portal. Now for people who are new to Microsoft Azure, what Microsoft Azure does is it gives you an Azure portal where you can implement all the cloud related activities that concern Microsoft Azure. Okay, so if you want to practice from scratch, it also offers a free tier account where you have a number of services available free of cost. Okay, or rather, in case of Azure, it works differently. For AWS, you have those free services. With Azure, you have this $200 of credit that it gives you. So you can spend those $200 on creating resources for 11 months duration. Post that, those will expire. So if you do not have an account, you can just go ahead and create a free tier account, fill in the details, right? And you should have this free Azure portal for your usage. Okay. In my case, this is a paid account. This is the company's account. So it's called as pay as you go in my case. In your case, it would be a free tier account, but the functionality would be similar for you as well. The only thing is with the paid account, you have more services available to you, and even the larger instances is something that you can actually go ahead and spawn and use because you're paying for those, right? Under free tier, you don't have to worry about paying for them, right? So there are certain restrictions and limits there. So do go ahead and register to Microsoft Azure's portal. Okay. Now coming back to the demo part, what we are going to do now is we are going to create a Kubernetes cluster. And on top of that, we are going to deploy an application, and the application would be a basic pre-built app by Microsoft Azure. We are not going to create a new app. I'll be sharing the code for the application, so do not worry about that. So we are just going to go ahead and use that pre-built code, and we are going to deploy that code on top of Kubernetes cluster that we have. Okay. So the main thing to note here is we have to see how easily the cluster is created. We are not concerned about the orchestration process at all here. Everything is taken care by your Microsoft Azure, and that is what we are going to look into. So let's not waste any time. Just quickly go ahead and get an instance in place, rather a cluster in place. Okay. So to do that, we are going to click on this icon and say create a resource. Okay. Here you can see all the service domains that are there for offering. So I'm going to click on the containers one and click on Kubernetes service. Once you do that, you see you'll be brought to this page and you'll get all the details, right? AKS manages your hosted Kubernetes environment, making it quick and easy for you to manage containerized applications. The main point is without having to container orchestrate or have any expertise in that. Okay. It eliminates the burden of ongoing operations and maintaining, provisioning, upgrading, scaling your resources rather, which happens on demand here. So you don't have to worry about those things. So let's just go ahead and create a resource group. So for people who do not know what resource groups are, resource group is nothing but you can think of it as a small container or a folder where you put forth all the necessary things that are important for your resource to work. Now, in this case, our resource is Kubernetes. So quite a few other nitty-gritties related to it would be in the resource group. Okay. So let's just go ahead and create one. So I'm going to click on create new. Let's just say we have RG for demo. I'm going to give a simple name so that I can remember that. Okay. So I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to create a cluster. I'm going to call it Kube cluster. Okay. This is enough. So Kube, let's call it Kube cluster. Okay. And this is in place. Where do I want it? If you're using a pay-as-you-go model, there won't be any restrictions here. If you're using free tier, there might be some. Okay. So just select any region that you want to do. I'm going to randomly select a region now. What region it should be? My region would be, okay, let's pick this one. And it would ask me how many nodes do you want to create? Let's create one. Since it's a very simple demo, we do not need more nodes. Okay. We've discussed what nodes are, right? So that is what we are doing. We are creating a node here where our application would run basically. So I'm going to say review, or let's just go ahead and see if we have all the settings. Node pools. Authentication, you have two options, whether you want your server or rather your cloud platform to manage your identity pools and basically create resources accordingly, you can do that, or you can select a service principal, which is an older way to do it, where you use an Azure Active Directory to do that. So there's no rule here. You can go for this one as well. I'm just going to do this just because I've thought of showing it to you. I selected that. It does not hold a lot of impact on our demo. Okay. Just going to say create and review. Okay. So for creating this thing, now it will review all the requirements. If the requirements are in place, what it will do is it will just go ahead and create your cluster and put everything in place. Okay. So it says, do you want to create it now? I'll say yes, create. Okay, let's just refresh and see whether our application is done. It's still deploying. Let's wait for this deployment to get in place, and once it's done, we'll just go ahead and get these things in place. After this, the process is very simple. Okay, we are gonna just go ahead and put in certain set of commands and our job would be done. So you don't have to wait for too long post that. Okay, let's just refresh it again and see whether it's in place. Normally it takes a couple of minutes, so could take longer, right? But it's a very easy deployment process. So let me give you an idea as in what happens when you say that the deployment is happening. So first your Kubernetes will actually go ahead and launch a Linux instance to start. Okay. So once the Linux instance is in place, that is when we'll actually go ahead and put forth all our resources on top of it. In that Linux instance, we'll set up a cluster, right? All the nitty-gritties that we need, and on top of that cluster, our application would start working. Here in this case, it would probably set up a cache, could be a Redis as well. We'll have to go ahead and look into it, whether it's that one. Okay. And then accordingly, we can go ahead and implement everything on top of that. But we don't have to get into the complications of things. It's a fairly simple process for us. Okay. Okay, let's just go ahead and refresh it once more. Okay, it's done. Your deployment has been complete is what it says. That means we are good to go ahead and use our resource. You can do other things as well on top of it. It is suggesting what all you can do. Okay, so we are going to do one of these things. Do not worry. So just go to the resource in our case. Okay, and in this resource, you can see there's all the information that you need. Okay, you'll get to know where it is hosted and stuff like that, what kind of instance it is, where it is located, everything. One node pool is what you have, right? So you have all the information to actually go ahead and connect to it. So in your case, I'm hopeful that it would happen faster than what you see in my case, or on my screen rather. You see, Cloud Shell is up and running. So let's just go ahead now and basically get credentials, right? Here, let's get the credentials or merge our cluster, okay, so that we can start using it. So how do we do that? We use this command. We say AZ-AKS, okay? And in this case, what we are going to do is we are going to say get credentials. Okay. Now the next thing is, what do we need? Resource group details. So I'm going to say resource dash group. And I'm going to give the resource group name, which I am certain that we should see if we just scroll up. Okay. So the resource name is RG for demo that we used. Okay. RG for demo. And what we also need is we need the name of the cluster. And in that case, it is Kube cluster. So you can do it vice versa as well. You don't have to go this order. You can start by giving in the details for your cluster and then the detail for your resource group. I'm just going to hit the enter button now. Merge Kube cluster as a current context in this path is what it says. Okay. Now let's just go ahead and get the details for the node. In this case, we know there's only one node, but you could be working on multiple nodes, right? So in that case, you have to use this command. You say 𝐤𝐝𝐶TL. Now it is basically a client-side interactive tool for interacting with your Kubernetes. Okay, so that is what 𝐤𝐝𝐶TL is all about. Okay, and you say get nodes. If there are multiple nodes, it will give you multiple nodes. If there's only one node, it will give you only one node. So there you go. You can see that there's one node that we have with us. Okay, we have all the details. It's been running for 5 minutes, it says, right? Because that is when we started the node. Okay, now the next thing is we are gonna go ahead and select the YAML file where we've actually put forth the details for our application, right? So how do we do that? For that, we are going to go ahead and use this command, okay? Nano, okay, space Azure. The name of the application is, or the application rather, is related to voting. So that is why I'm going to use this name, and I'm going to say .yaml, okay? Okay, so guys, I've already pasted a piece of code here because I tried implementing this demo before. So you'll see that there's code here, okay? So in this case, what we are going to do is we are going to remove this code just to be safe. I'm going to just paste the code again. So basically, this is where you'll have all the details. What is the API that is being used? What is the container port, right? What is the memory that you are using? What call are you making, right? All those details are here. Do not worry, I'll share the link to this piece of code in the description. If not, you can just look for Azure demos or getting started with Azure on your browser, and you'll find this piece of code. It's available everywhere. You'll get this code on GitHub as well. I do not own this code, so I will not take any right in saying that this is something that I've created. It is a code that has been used and it is somebody else's work. Okay. So you may check out online the details. I'll also pass in the details in the description. Okay. So everything is removed now. I'm just going to go ahead and paste my piece of code here. Okay. I'm going to say paste, and all the same code is again here with us. Okay. Now, how do I go ahead with it? In this case, I'm going to say justify, cut, uncut. Do I want to replace? I'm just going to say exit for now. So it's Control X in my case. And I'm going to say no, we'll discard the changes. So we'll say yes. So Y. That means it will save my code. Okay. I'm going to hit enter now. So it will take me back to my cluster. Okay. The next step is, now what we are going to do is we are going to go ahead and call out this YAML file. Okay. So once we do that, this is how we are going to do it. We're going to say 𝐄𝐝𝐶TL again. Okay. And apply /f Azure. What was the name again? /vote dot YAML. I'm going to hit the enter button. And there you go. What it has done is it has created a vote back application. Its front is created, its back is created, right? So we need to see how it looks like, right? So we are going to find out all the details, as in if we want to watch this app working, we need the details for it. So we are just going to go ahead and use a command called as get service. Okay, so get service is in place. And in this case, again, my app name Azure vote, but this time I want the front. Okay, so I'm going to say front, and I'm going to say watch and hit the enter button. I basically made a blunder here, and that blunder is we have to call this command through 𝐄𝐝𝐶TL, right? So in this case, again, we'll have to type the remaining command again. So I'm just going to do it quickly. Okay, get service Azure vote dash front watch. And there you go. You have your external IP here. So guys, at times what you see here, your external IP, if your system is very slow, which is in my case, but I don't know how it happened. Its age is only 85 seconds is what it says. So normally it takes time for you to see this external IP. Okay. But luckily we can see it. So I'm going to just copy it here. Okay. And I'm going to paste it here. And this way we should be able to see the application that we've created. Okay. So you can see you can vote here. One, let me vote for dogs, twice, thrice, and I can just go ahead and reset it as well. Okay. So guys, this is how you actually go ahead and create a cluster. Okay. A suggestion here would be you delete all the resources that is there. Delete this one, delete the resource group, and also the Azure Active Directory so that you do not get charged. If you want to see what all we did here, right, and how the performance went on, Azure lets you track all the working as well, right? If you want to take a look at the insights and stuff, if you click here, you'll have all those details as well. So there you go. If I just refresh it, you should have all the details, right? How long did we use the cluster? This is where the usage started. Okay, so you'll get all these details that you want. So you can do that. So That's it. I believe this demo was clear to you people and you got to know what things we've worked on, how we've used these things, and how basically your Kubernetes cluster works. Okay. So we've created a simple Kubernetes cluster and explored it. Ensure when you go back, you just delete. Just go to the resources and delete the resource group, the cluster, and the Active Directory, if any. Okay.
Now, talking about the pricing, so Azure pricing talks about pay-as-you-go model. So there's a reseller pricing which comes in picture. Then there is something called a volume licensing pricing which comes in picture. So when you talk about Azure, Azure would bill you just like, if you remember, I'm not sure how many people have more than 15 years of experience. So the reason I'm saying that is because if you have 15 years of experience, you're quite old enough to understand what I'm saying. Because when I was small, I used to go to an internet cafe and I used to pay them 10 rupees for using the internet for an hour or so, right? So Azure works on the same model. So if you're using that for an hour, you'll just go ahead and pay Microsoft for an hour. Then you have my reserved instances. So in case I go to Microsoft, tell them that I need these many machines for a year. So Microsoft will say yes, that we will go ahead and reserve these many instances for a year. You pay us upfront cost. And of course, there's a lot of saving involved in that. I mean, we pay 75% less amount when we just go ahead and pay upfront for a year.
What is Azure Certification? Azure Certification is a level of Microsoft Cloud expertise that an individual obtains by passing one or more certification exams. Microsoft Azure Certification validates an individual cloud expertise and skills. Now let us move on to our next topic and see some of the benefits of Azure Certification. With an Azure Certification, you validate your cloud skills in your selected domain. You will earn the credibility, and your present or your future employee will know for sure that you have worked on Azure and have the skill as you mentioned. The next advantage is you will have higher salary packages. Business Wire has estimated that Azure course certification have raised their wages by 20 to 40%. Payscale.com also announced that based on the position and job description, those credited by Microsoft Azure could get a salary of $128,000 per annum. With the Azure certification, you can pursue a wide range of career options. You can become a cloud architect, a developer, or solution architect, or even AI engineer. There are many options. And in addition to this, the certification enables you to work with different industry at different locations. The next advantage would be it provides a proof of commitment. To get an Azure certification, you should be able to commit yourself to it. You would have to sign up for a course, study, and then only pass the exam. That would imply that you can commit your time and resources towards achieving your goal, and that you're dedicated to improving your career objectives in the long term. These were some of the benefits of Azure certification. Now let us move on to our next topic and see what are the types of Azure certification. First, we'll take a look at different Azure certification based on job roles. So first we have developer certification, who designs, builds, and tests cloud solutions. Second is system administrator, who implements, monitors, and maintains Microsoft solution. Third is solution architect, who expertise in compute, network, storage, and security. Fourth, we have the data engineer, who designs and implements the management, monitoring, security, and privacy of data using the full stack of data services. Fifth is data scientist, who applies machine learning techniques to train, evaluate, and deploy models that solve business problems. And then sixth, we have the AI engineer, who use cognitive services, machine learning, and knowledge mining to architect and implement Microsoft AI solutions. On seventh, we have DevOps engineer, who combines people, process, and technologies to continuously deliver valuable products and services to its company. Eighth is a security engineer, who implements security control and threat protection. He also manages identity and access and protects data, application, and networks. And last, we have the functional consultant, who leverages Microsoft Dynamics 365 and Microsoft Power Platform to anticipate and plan for customer needs. Microsoft Azure certification have 4 levels of certification. First is the fundamental level, second is the associate level, third is expert, and we have specialty. Now, specialty certification is a certification based on a particular domain. Now, let us move on to our next topic and see some of the major job role based certification. Now, before we get into any major role based certification,
I would like to talk about a fundamental certification, which is Microsoft Certified Azure Fundamentals or AZ-900. Now, this certification is intended for candidates who are just beginning to work with cloud-based solutions and services or who are new to Azure platform. This certification will provide an opportunity to prove your knowledge of cloud concepts, Azure services, Azure workloads, security and privacy in Azure, as well as Azure pricing and support. Candidates who take this certification should be familiar with general technology concepts, including concepts of networking, storage, compute, application support, and application development. The AZ-900 certification is a fundamental certification which can be used to prepare for any other Azure role-based or specialty certification, but it is not a prerequisite for any of them. Now let us see some of the major role-based Azure certification. We have the Azure Administrator Associate or AZ-104. Candidates for the Azure Administrator Associate certification should have subject matter expertise in implementing, managing, and monitoring an organization's Microsoft Azure environment. The responsibility include implementing, managing, and monitoring the identity, governance, storage, compute, and virtual network in a cloud environment. They also have to monitor and adjust resources wherever and whenever needed. They often serve as a part of larger team dedicated to implementing an organization's cloud infrastructure. For this certification, a candidate should have at least 6 months of hands-on experience administrating Azure. Along with that, they should also have strong understanding of core Azure services, Azure workloads, security, and governance. The next certification is Azure Developer Associate or AZ-204. Candidates for the Azure Developer Associate certification should have subject matter expertise in designing, building, testing, and maintaining cloud applications and services on Microsoft Azure. The responsibilities include participating in all phases of cloud development, from requirements definition and design to development, deployment, and maintenance, to performance tuning and monitoring. Azure developers should participate with Cloud Solution Architect, Cloud Administrator, and clients to implement solutions. A candidate appearing for this certification should have at least 1 or 2 years professional development experience and experience with Microsoft Azure. Next, we have an expert level certification, which is Azure Solutions Architect Expert or AZ-303 or 304. Candidates for the Azure Solution Architect Expert certification should have subject matter expertise in designing and implementing solutions that run on Microsoft Azure, which would include aspects like compute, network, storage, and security. The responsibilities include advising stakeholders and also translating business requirements into secure, scalable, and reliable cloud solutions. They should partner with Cloud Administrator, Cloud DBAs, and clients to implement solutions. A candidate appearing for this certification should have advanced experience and knowledge of IT operation and also know how decision in each area affects an overall solution. These were some of the major role-based certification. Now let us move on to our next topic and see an overview of the exam guide. First, we have the exam format or question types. Microsoft continuously introduces innovative testing technologies and question types. Your exam might contain questions like multiple choices, repeated answer choices, short answers, mark review, drag and drop, labs, and so on. The time limit for different examination is, for associate and expert job role exams, you have 130 minutes to complete it. For job role fundamental exams, you have 60 minutes to complete it. For associate and expert job role exam that contains lab, you have 150 minutes to complete it. Now talking about the cost for the exam, for the fundamental exam, it would cost you $99. For the associate and the expert level exams, the cost is $165. And you can write the certification exams in either English, Chinese, Korean, or Japanese. Now the fundamental certification can also be written in Spanish, German, or French. Now let us move on to a last and important topic, which is how can you prepare for the certification? First, start with the basics. So if you're not 100% sure which certification to start with, I would recommend you to start small by taking the AZ-900 Azure Fundamental Certification exam. This will help you understand how Microsoft exam work when not being too deep into technologies. And after you have experience taking the Microsoft exam, this will help you understand how Microsoft exam work while not being too deep into the technology. Having experience taking the Microsoft exam, it will also help you focus on the actual topic and not on the testing process. The next step is to understand the exam content. The first thing to do after you decide which exam you're going to write is to see what you're asked during the exam. every Microsoft exam page has the skill measured in the exam. This list is very accurate and helps you focus and study the right content. The page will also have some training and courses to prepare for the exam. You should also understand the different question types asked in the exam, which will help you in the certification. The next step is to take hands-on learning courses on Microsoft Learn for free. Microsoft Learn is a free learning platform for a lot of different Microsoft technologies. It provides you with various learning paths depending on your job roles or the skills you're looking for. Most of the learning paths gives you a hands-on learning opportunity so that you can develop practical skills through interactive training. The next and the most important step is hands-on experience. The best way to learn and pass the Microsoft Azure exams is by having real hands-on experience working with the technology. While Microsoft Learn gives you some free hands-on learning modules, there is also Azure Free Account. The Azure Free Account will provide you with 12 months of free Azure services, so you can work on various Azure services for free. Now the next step which will help you prepare for the certification is reading the Microsoft documentation. It will help you understand the topic better which might appear in the exam. As I've mentioned before, read the skills measured on the exam page. Look up for the specific Microsoft documentation pages and read through them, and then try them out in the tutorials. You can also refer some books from Microsoft Press. You can find Microsoft Azure documentation and Microsoft Press in Microsoft Azure Certification official page. After the step, you can also take up a practice exam. Some of the Azure certification have practice examination along with it, which is very similar to the actual certification examination.
What is AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud Platform? So starting off with what is AWS? AWS stands for Amazon Web Services and is the leading cloud service provider in the cloud infrastructure market. AWS was launched in March 2006 and is the first and oldest cloud service providers among its competitors. AWS first services were Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud, Simple Storage Service, and Amazon Simple Queue Service. But now it offers more than 200 fully featured services from a wide range of technologies, industries, and use cases. AWS provides services in the form of building blocks. These building blocks can be used to create and deploy any type of application in the cloud. The services or building blocks are designed to work with each other and result in the application that are sophisticated and highly scalable. Now this was a brief introduction to our first competitor. Next, let us understand Microsoft Azure Cloud. Azure is a cloud computing platform provided by Microsoft for building, testing, deploying, and managing applications and services through Microsoft managed data centers. Azure was launched in October 2008 and went by the codename Project Red Dog. Then it was released by the name Windows Azure in February 2010, which was later renamed to Microsoft Azure on March 25, 2014. Microsoft Azure offers more than 200 product and cloud services and supports many different programming languages, tools, and frameworks, which includes both Microsoft-specific and third-party software and systems. This was just a brief introduction of Microsoft Azure. Now let us talk about a third competitor, which is Google Cloud Platform. GCP is a suite of cloud computing services and management tools offered by Google. GCP runs on the same cloud infrastructure that Google uses internally for its end-user products such as Google Search, Gmail, Google Photos, and YouTube. It was launched in April 2008, where Google announced App Engine. Now, this App Engine was a platform for developing and hosting web applications in the Google managed data centers. This was the first cloud computing service for the company. But now it offers more than 85 cloud services, which include computing, data storage, networking, artificial intelligence, data analytics, machine learning, and many more. Now, this was a brief introduction about all three of our competitors. Now, let us move on to the main topic and compare these three cloud service providers. Let us first compare them based on the market trends and growth rate. Now, according to Statista, AWS owns 32% of the total cloud market share. Amazon reported that Amazon Web Services revenue was $13.5 billion in the first quarter of 2021, which actually exceeded the analyst prediction of $13.1 billion. Now, when you compare this to the first quarter revenue of 2020, which was $10.33 billion, we can see AWS revenue grew more than 30% in a year. In the first quarter of 2021, AWS revenue accounted for 12% of total Amazon's revenue and nearly 47% of Amazon overall operating income. Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos has said, AWS has an unusual advantage of a 7-year head start before facing like-minded competition. As a result, the AWS services are by far the most evolved and most functionality rich. Next, let us take a look at the market trend for Azure. According to Statista, Microsoft Azure owns 20% of the total cloud market share. Now, unlike Amazon, Microsoft only reports the growth rate and not the revenue. It reported 50% revenue growth over the previous quarter, which was better than the 46% growth the analysts expected. In 2020, Microsoft reported that its commercial cloud officially hit the 50,000 billion mark for its annual run rate. Next, looking at the market trend for GCP, according to Statista, GCP owns 9% of the total cloud market share. In the first quarter of 2021, Google Cloud reported revenue of $4.0 billion, which was an increase of 46% compared to the previous year. Also, the operational losses were reduced to $974 million this year compared to the losses of $1.73 billion last year. Now, this was the market trend and growth rate of AWS, Azure, and GCP. Now, let us move on and compare them based on their availability zones. But before we compare their availability zones, I would like to define what are availability zones and regions. Now, a region is a specific geographical location where you can host your resources, and availability zones are distant locations within the region that are engineered to be isolated from failure from the other availability zones. Now, talking about the availability zones of AWS, it has the most extensive global cloud infrastructure. Its multiple availability zones are connected by a low latency, high throughput, and highly redundant networking. AWS has 80 availability zones within 25 geographical locations around the world, and has also announced for 15 more availability zones and 5 more regions in Australia, India, Indonesia, Spain, and Switzerland. Now, comparing it to the availability zones in Azure. Azure has 60 plus regions, with each region having at least 3 availability zones. Next, coming to GCP availability zones, its global network spans across 25 regions with 76 zones and is available to users from 200 plus countries and territories. GCP has recently announced new regions in Seoul, Salt Lake City, Las Vegas, Jakarta, and Warsaw, and will also expand its networks to 9 more regions. Now, this was about the availability zones. Next, let us see what are the top companies using these cloud service providers. First, talking about AWS, its services are used by top companies like Netflix, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Unilever, ESPN, and Adobe. Next, coming to Azure, it is used by many Fortune 500 companies. And some of the companies which use Microsoft Azure clouds are Samsung, HP, BMW, FedEx, and Pixar Animated Studio. Moving on to GCP, the top companies who use their services are PayPal, Twitter, 20th Century Fox, P&G, and King Digital Entertainment. Now that we have seen what are the top companies which use these cloud service providers, let us compare them based on the compute services. Compute services are one of the core services when it comes to cloud computing. Compute services helps to create instances of virtual machines in minutes and also scale up instances instantly if needed. So in today's session, we're going to compare these 3 cloud service providers based on the compute service and storage service. The primary compute service for AWS is Amazon EC2. The primary compute service for Azure is Azure Virtual Machine, and for GCP is Google Compute Engine. Now, all the 3 services are equally powerful but unique in their own way. Each one has its own advantages and disadvantages. Like Amazon EC2 has 99.5% of the annual uptime and can be tailored with variety of options according to users' requirements. On the other hand, Azure Virtual Machines provides enhanced security and hybrid cloud capabilities. But when you compare the cost, Azure instances tend to get costlier as the compute size increases. Next, talking about Google Compute Engine, they're comparatively cheaper, they come with a persistent disk storage and provide consistent performance. Next, talking about the storage services, AWS offers a variety of storage options like S3 for object storage, EBS for block storage, EFS for file storage, and a few other storage services. Next, talking about Azure Cloud Storage, this also includes object, file, disk, queue, and table storage. They also have specialized services for data-rich applications and many data backup services. Now, talking about GCP Cloud Storage, they have a fewer storage as compared to the other two, but they are more targeted. For object storage, GCP offers cloud storage. It offers persistent disk for block storage to be used with virtual machine, and file storage for storing the files. For backing up your data, AWS provides a service called as AWS 𝐏𝐫𝐤𝐚 and Azure provides a service called as Azure Backup, but Google does not yet have any backup services. Next, let us compare these three cloud service providers according to their pricing. Now, all the three cloud service providers offer a pay-as-you-go structure, which means you only pay for the services you use. Now, pricing would vary for different services. Like for compute services, one cloud service provider could be cheaper, but it could be costlier for database services, and so on. So just to give you a general overview of the pricing, among the three cloud service providers, GCP offers a slightly cheaper pricing model and has a flexible cost control, which allows you to try the different services and features. AWS charges you on an hourly basis, whereas Azure charges you on a per minute basis, and GCP provides per second billing for its resources. When it comes to a short-term subscription plan, Google Cloud and Azure gives you a lot more flexibility. But in certain services, Azure tends to be costlier when the architecture starts scaling up.
Azure interview questions. So now, when you talk about cloud computing, a lot of different people have different definitions of cloud computing. So now, cloud computing is something which is not very new technology, I would say. I mean, the terminology is new, but the technology is not. The first product I would say which was talking about cloud was my Hotmail, which was designed and developed by Sabir Bhatia. So I'm sure a lot of people listening to this webinar would be aware of that particular name. So what he did was he designed a mail server. So in that particular mail server, I used to go ahead and access my mails, right? So that mail server was in the cloud, and then I was connecting to that mail server remotely to access my mails. So that makes it a cloud product, right? So now when you talk about cloud computing these days, the definition has changed. But as far as the working is concerned, it remains pretty much the same. So now when you talk about this, we talk about that we use and pay, right? So pay per use is the kind of model what we talk about. So we basically use and then pay only for that amount of, I would not say data, but I would say services which we use. So there's an explanation down there in the slide. It talks about, it is the use of servers on the internet to store, manage, and process data. The difference is instead of using your own servers, you're using somebody else's server to do the task and pay them for the amount of time for which you use them, right? So this is what the idea is. So pay per use is the model which we focus on when we talk about cloud computing these days, right? So this is what cloud is. This is what a basic definition of cloud is. If you search the internet, you will have more than, I guess, 100 plus definitions on cloud. Now, as far as definitions on cloud are concerned, it's up to you which one you would like to adapt and which one you would like to go with. But then it works with a single model, which is pay per use. So when you use, you pay. If you don't use, you don't pay. And end of day, you're using somebody else's resources. No, you're not using your own resources, and you're only paying for their resources, what you use. Okay. Now, talking about different types of services, which we talk about as far as my cloud is concerned. So there are three major things what we talk about, which is IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. And there are other things like somebody has talked about DAAS, database as a service. Then you talk about SaaS. So that is for my mails. But then majorly we categorize these into three types. One is IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. So IaaS talks about infrastructure as a service, and you get the hardware in that from the cloud provider as a service. So say for example, you want to go ahead and deploy a machine, deploy a server. So basically when you talk about that particular scenario, you are basically putting a server in IaaS, which is my infrastructure as a service. So you get complete control on a virtual machine, which is there in the cloud, hosted by Microsoft, Google, or AWS. And then you can just go ahead and put in your resources onto that particular machine. So this is how it works, right? Simple enough. Then you talk about PaaS, platform as a service. So in this, you don't get access to your machine, or in other words, you can say you don't get access to the underlying layer, but you get complete access to the resources or the services, right? So it's more like my platform on which you publish your applications or you put your application. There are a few examples. So I talk about my web apps, my mobile apps, which are in Azure. Then you talk about the last type of service offered in cloud. So this is my SaaS. So when you talk about SaaS, you get software as a service in Azure. So you don't need to worry about infrastructure. You don't need to worry about platform. So you basically are getting the end product, which may be running on the infrastructure, which may be running on the platform. So for example, when you launch a VM on Azure, if you talk about OS, you're not buying the OS. And if you talk about PAS, you're not buying the service. So you're just basically paying for the software, which is running on either IaaS or either PAS. So this is what we get as far as my types of cloud is concerned. Now let's just jump on to another question. Now, what are the different cloud deployment models? So explanation talks about three models which we have. One is my public cloud, one is my private cloud, and one is my hybrid cloud. So let's just take this with examples. So I am a general user, I'm a home user. I want to go ahead and put a website. So I decide that my website will be hosted on my cloud, right? So I want to go ahead and deploy a VM on the cloud, and I want to put my website over there. So I go to Microsoft website, Azure website, I sign up there, and then maybe you can say provision a machine. Once I provision a machine, I put IaaS on top of it. Once I put IaaS on top of it, I will just go ahead and move my resources. When I say move my resources, move my application on the cloud. So what I'm trying to say is a general basic end user who is sitting at home can log into the cloud, get a machine, and then use a machine, right? So this is what my public cloud is. So it's available for the public, right? Then you talk about the private cloud. Now, as far as private cloud is concerned, it's owned by the enterprise, okay? And only enterprise people will have access to it. So organizations like Accenture, or maybe Wipro, or maybe Capgemini, Cognizant, so all these people own a private cloud, right? So the idea is that the resources are owned by them, and hence their people are the ones who will go ahead and access that. But then at times, what happens is they give access to their private cloud for their customers also. Now you might have a question that why do I build a private cloud? Because at the end of the day, I'm spending a lot of money on infrastructure, I'm spending a lot of money on air conditioning, electricity, and I'm spending a lot of money on licensing also. So why can't I just go ahead and work on public cloud? Why do I need to go ahead and implement a private cloud? Now, basically, when you talk about a private cloud is built for automation. So that is one of the most important things. And the second important part when we talk about is that when you talk about private cloud, it gives me more control over the resources. Whereas when you talk about public cloud, I do not have control over the resources because everything is owned by the vendor, right? Now talking about hybrid cloud, so I'll give you an example for this also. I go to Amazon, and Amazon is my public cloud provider. And I tell them that I need a private cloud. So would it be possible for you to host a private cloud for me? So Amazon says yes. And they dedicate a list of resources for me, only for my organization. So now when you talk about Amazon, Amazon is hosting a public cloud, but then they also are capable enough of hosting a private cloud for my organization. So that makes it a hybrid cloud. So this is what hybrid cloud means. So these are three different ways of how I categorize these cloud models. Now, few other questions. Now, the question says, I have some private servers on my premises. Also, I have distributed some of my workloads on the public cloud. What is the architecture called? When you talk about this kind of scenario, so we talk about my virtual private network. So these are my options, basically, virtual private network. Then we talk about private cloud. Then we talk about my virtual private cloud, and then you have hybrid cloud, okay? Again, so just read the question carefully, and then probably I'll just jump on to the next slide and we will talk about the answer and the explanation. So again, I would say I have some private servers on my premises. Also, I have distributed some of my workloads on the public cloud. What is this architecture called? Okay. So now it says hybrid cloud. So when you talk about this type of architecture would be on a hybrid cloud. Why? Because we use both public cloud and the on-premise server, which is on the private cloud. Now let's just jump on to the next question. So we have a few general Azure questions. Now, these are Azure specific. The questions which we did talk about previously were just general cloud questions, right? So if you are giving an interview for maybe Azure, maybe AWS, or maybe Google, so those 4 questions are something which I would say, go with any of the scenarios, any of the interview which you would do, okay? Now, these are specific general Azure questions. So when I say specific general Azure questions, so we talk about only Azure in here, okay? So the first question talks about what is Microsoft Azure and why is it used? Okay, so as I initially said, that Azure is my public cloud from Microsoft. So let's just see how it works. So we have a definition on the next slide. Okay, so as discussed above, the companies which provide cloud services are called cloud providers. And of course, I did explain you this in the previous slide. I mean, the first slide which we talked about. So I explained you about Google. So that is a cloud provider. I explained you about AWS. That is a cloud provider. And then I talked about Azure, which is a cloud provider. So now Azure is from Microsoft. And the idea behind this is it's more like my public cloud. So you can go to Azure, you can log on to Azure, create a machine, and then start working on that. So this is one of the cloud providers. So Microsoft is one of the cloud providers, one of the major cloud providers these days. Right? So this is what my Azure is. Now talking about which services in Azure is used to manage resources in Azure. So we have few options. I have my application insight. I have my ARM, which is my Azure Resource Manager. Then you have my Azure portal. Then you have my log analytics. Okay. So as far as this is concerned, so we talk about my ARM. So this is a service which is basically on the newer portal, right? So now when you talk about these services, which is on the newer portal, so it is used to manage the infrastructure, which involves a number of Azure services. It's basically my fabric. So I'm not sure how many people are aware of what is an Azure fabric, but then the idea behind this is that when you talk about my Azure Fabric now runs on something called ARM. Previously, in version 1 of Azure, it was using the service management model. So now this is the new thing, right? So when you talk about managing the resources in Azure, so we basically talk about my resource manager model and then how services run on it, how they work, and how they interact with each other. There are a lot of things which you need to work on and which you need to learn as far as my ARM is. But for the time being, you just need to remember that we talk about my Azure Resource Manager. So this is something which runs everything and takes care of a lot of different things as far as my Azure is concerned. So when ARM came, a lot of different things started coming in. So tag was one of them. Resource groups was another one. So if you are familiar with resource group, great. If you're familiar with tags, great. If you're not, just go to Google and search for it and you'll find your answers. Okay. Then we have a few questions. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? Okay. So we can, of course, put ASP.NET applications in Azure. Now you might have a question, where exactly I can use these applications or where exactly I can deploy the applications. So to answer that, you can deploy it either in IaaS or you can deploy it either in PaaS, right? So you can, of course, deploy ASP.NET, you can deploy PHP, you can deploy WCF. So the answer is all of the above. But then it's very important for you to understand that if there is an application which is on Java, so that may have few problems when you deploy it on Azure, right? Because, of course, Azure is majorly designed for Microsoft services, okay? Now, when you talk about these Microsoft services, Java is not a Microsoft product. So it's more like, it's not that friendly when you compare it with other services which we are running in the cloud, okay? Specific to Microsoft Cloud, of course, I would say. Okay, jumping on to the next one. Then few other questions. So these are my fill in the blanks. A dash role is a virtual machine instance running Microsoft IaaS web services that can accept and respond to HTTP or HTTP request. Okay, so we have 4 options in here. One is my web, one is my server, one is my worker, and one is my client. Okay, now when you talk about this, the answer to that is web role is something which is basically hosted on a virtual machine and is running on Microsoft IaaS web server, and that is capable of accepting HTTP and HTTPS request. So basically on the web role, what you do is you can upload your website and your website runs on top of it. And then of course, you know that my website works on HTTP and HTTPS. So hence my web role is the one which is capable enough of running that particular maybe application or software or web services. Okay. The other question what we talk about is what is the use of roles in Microsoft Azure? So when you talk about what is the use of roles, we talk about 3 roles. One is my web role, one is my worker role, and one is my VM role. Okay. So now when you talk about my web role basically is for hosting and deploying my websites. Okay. The worker role is the one which basically helps the web role to execute the background processes. The example I can give you is my web jobs. I'm not sure how many people are aware of web jobs, but if you want, you can again search on the internet. So my web role is residing on worker role. Worker role is the one which supports my web role, and the worker role is the one which actually resides on my VM role. Okay, so this is the one which talks to the underlying layer. It's more like a framework. It acts as a framework. So that means on the operating system, I have my worker role. On top of it, I have my web role. So my web role is the one which will host my services. I would not say services, but the applications rather. Okay. So jumping on to the next one. Now the question says, is it possible to create virtual machines using ARM in a virtual network that was created using classic deployment? And of course, I don't think so. It's possible. So let's just see. This is not supported, as I said, because ARM is something different. And previously, the classic portal was using a different model of deployment. So it used my classic model of deployment, which was basically for service management. And if you see, if you're aware of the two portals, you'll see there's a huge difference in how classic portal was and how the new portal is. So there's a huge difference in terms of that also. So it's not possible. Jumping on to the next question, what are virtual machine skill sets? So scaling up, scaling down. So if you're not aware, if I have more number of requests coming in, my virtual machines have the capacity and capability to scale up and scale down based upon schedule and performance. Okay. So in other words, what I can say is if my CPU is spiking to 100%, or not 100%, I would cap it to 90. So if my CPU is spiking to 90 and my requests are still coming in for accessing that portal, the web portal, maybe you can say, which is running on this particular machine. So my scale set is intelligent enough to scale one more instance and then load balance the traffic between the two instances which are now deployed running the same set of application. Okay. So this is what my skill set does. It automatically auto scales, I would say, rather, the workloads, right, based upon the performance and the schedule. Now, how this schedule thing works. So say, for example, if starting from morning 9 to evening 9, you have more number of visitors on the website. So you can scale more number of instances for your website. And after 9 p.m. at night, you can minimize the number of instances, right? So this is how my skill set works. Okay, jumping on to next question. Are data disks supported within skill set? So now, first of all, when you talk about this, yes, of course, my data disks are supported in skill set. Okay. So when you talk about this, a skill set can be defined as attached data disk configuration that applies to all VMs in the set. So there are a few types of data disk examples which I've given over there. So one is, of course, my Azure files, which is my SMB shared disk. And then you have my OS drives, then you have my temp drives, then you have my Azure data services like the blobs are there and tables are there and cubes are there. And then you have my external data services such as remote databases. So all of these are supported. All of the disks are supported, which you see over there. Talking about availability set. So do skill sets work with Azure availability set? Now, first of all, you need to understand what is an availability set. Availability set is basically grouping of servers so that I can load balance the information among those servers. So that is done for high availability. And there is something called fault domain and update domain as far as high availability is concerned. So fault domain says that if I have two VMs in same availability set, both the VMs will share the common power source and common network. Okay. As far as update domain is concerned, so update domain talks about that if I have, say for example, 10 VMs and I would keep the value of update domain to 2, so I will have sets of 2 to each, right? So I'll have a group of 2 to each, right? And at a given point in time, if Microsoft needs to perform a planned maintenance, only one update domain will go down at a given point. So this is what my update domain means. So now, does it support my availability set? The skill set supports my availability set. Yes, the skill set supports my availability set. And you can just go ahead and fetch some information about the availability set if you're not very much well versed with availability sets as far as my Azure is concerned. Okay, and there is a small description also over there. So I'll just read that for you. Yes, a skill set is an implicit availability set with 5 fault domains and 5 update domains. Okay, skill sets of more than 100 VMs span multiple placement groups, which are equivalent to multiple availability sets. Okay, so this is what it means. And then I would just skip the other part because I've given you enough explanation for this. and I would definitely recommend that you read the availability set. Okay, now the question is, what is the break fix issue? Break fix issue is a technical problem which is like your environment is running and then all of a sudden a problem comes, right? That is a break, and then fixing that particular problem is my fix, right? So technical problems are called break fix issues. It is the industry term which refers to work involved in supporting a technology when it fails in the normal course of function, which requires intervention by a support organization to restore the service. Okay, so this is what break fix is. Now, it's not specific to Azure actually. It's just a common term what we use as far as my services are concerned. So even if I talk about on-premise networks, so we still talk about break fix issues, right? So I'm not sure how many people have got a chance to call Microsoft and open a support case in case you have issues with any of the things in your environment. So those issues are basically my break fix issues. Jumping on to next question, why is Azure Active Directory used? Okay. Now, when you talk about Azure Active Directory is used for identity and access management, first of all, and it's a PaaS-based service. Azure Active Directory is a PaaS-based service. Now, it is used to grant access to employees to specific products and services in your network. So there are a lot of examples, Salesforce.com, Twitter, right? I can give you a few more examples, Office 365, Intune, which are two different products from Microsoft. So they work with Azure Active Directory, right? Now, Azure AD has some inbuilt support for applications in the gallery, which can be added directly. Okay, so there is a gallery, and then you can just go ahead and add support for Azure Active Directory to any application which is available in the gallery. Okay, talking about a few other questions regarding Azure AD. What happens when you exhaust the maximum failed attempts for authenticating yourself via Azure AD? Okay. So we have a more sophisticated strategy to account lockout, which is based on IP of the request and the password entered. Okay. So now when you talk about on-prem, we talk about account lockouts. So if you enter incorrect passwords more than 3 times, so your account is logged out, and it will be unlocked after maybe 15 minutes or half an hour or 1 hour based upon how your administrator has configured it. Now the same thing happens in Azure AD, but then it happens based upon the IP address. Okay, so it will go ahead and track the IP address of the request and the password entered, and the duration of the lockout also increases based upon the likelihood that is in the attack. Okay, so this is how it works when we talk about maximum failed attempts for authenticating yourself. Okay, jumping on to the next question. Where can I find a list of applications that are pre-integrated with Azure AD and their capabilities? So when you talk about this, my Azure AD has around 2600 pre-integrated applications, and all pre-integrated applications support single sign-on. Single sign-on lets your organization credentials to access your apps. Some of the applications also support automated provisioning and deprovisioning. So there's a gallery, you can just go to the gallery, and then you can get a list of applications which are available for using my Azure AD. But of course, that is not the complete list of applications which are available, which you can use as far as this is concerned. There are a huge number of applications which are supported by Azure AD. Okay. Of course, single sign-on is one of the components of Azure AD. So probably in case you're not aware of single sign-on, you can just go ahead and do some research on that. Now, talking about the next question, how can I use applications with Azure AD that I'm using on-prem? Of course, you can do that. Now, my Azure AD gives you an easy and secure way to connect to the web app that you choose. You can access these applications in a way you can access your SaaS-based applications in Azure AD. So you don't need to have a VPN installed. Okay, you can just go ahead and install a component, and then you are ready to go. You can use the applications which are there on-prem. A few examples I can give you is you can use your SharePoint, you can use your web apps for which the servers are installed on your premises, and you would like to use Azure AD for authentication. So you can do that for sure. Now the question, important question, very important question. What is the Azure Fabric, Service Fabric? So when you talk about that, my Azure Service Fabric is a distributed system platform that makes it easy to package, deploy, and manage scalable and reliable microservices. Okay, so this is the guy which actually controls your network, your storage, and your compute. Okay, which are basically the most critical components of my cloud. So if my fabric will not be running in the backend, So nobody will be assigning IP addresses, nobody will be assigning resources, and nobody will be assigning the storage. Okay, so this is the guy which actually runs everything, I would say, in the cloud infrastructure, right? Okay, let's go further. Service Fabric also addresses the significant challenges in developing and managing cloud applications. Developers and administrators can avoid complex infrastructure problems and focus on implementing mission-critical, demanding workloads that are scalable, reliable, and manageable. Now, my Service Fabric represents the next generation middleware platform for building and managing these enterprise class tier 1 cloud-based applications. Okay, now what is VNet? VNet is basically nothing but my virtual network. So VNet is a representation of your own network in the cloud. It logically isolates your instances launched in the cloud from rest of the resources which you have in the cloud. So this is my whole network based on which my configuration of machines depend. I mean, the subnets, the address space depends on, right? Talking about few other things, what are the differences between subscription administrator and directory administrator? So when you talk about the subscription administrator is the one which is responsible for the complete subscription. Now, by default, only one subscription administrator role is assigned in Azure. A subscription administrator can either be a Microsoft account or either can be your work account. And that guy has control over the complete Azure portal and the services which run on that. Okay. If you want, you can just go ahead and sign up more accounts, which are basically subscription administrator, and these people are my co-admins. Now, as far as the Azure AD is concerned, so the account which we set up over there for identity and access management, so we talk about my Azure AD administrator, the directory administrator. So let's just read this. Azure AD has a different set of admin roles to manage the directory and identity related features. These admins will have access to various features in Azure portal or the Azure Classic portal, and the admin roles determine what they can do, like create or edit users, assign administrative roles to others, and so on. So this is what my Azure AD administrator does. Are there any scale limits for customers using managed disk? Managed disk eliminates the limit associated with storage accounts. Now, first of all, you need to understand what is a managed disk, right? When you create a machine now, these days, you will have an option over there that you want to use managed disk or unmanaged disk, right? So when you select managed disk, Microsoft manages, I would not say Microsoft, but then the Azure Fabric manages all your disk, right? So a disk which is assigned to VM will be managed by Azure. Okay, so this is what my managed disk is. Now, using my managed disk, I basically eliminate the limit associated with my storage account. However, the number of managed disk per subscription is limited to 2000 by default. Okay, so you can have 2000 managed disk in Azure subscription. Now, talking about what is the difference between service bus queues and storage queues. Now, the Azure storage queue is simple and the developer experience is quite good. It uses the local Azure storage emulator and debugging is made quite easy. The tool for Azure storage queue allows you to easily peek at the top 32 messages, and if the messages are in XML or JSON, you'll be able to visualize their content directly with the Visual Studio. Furthermore, these queues can be purged of their content, which is especially useful during the development process, the QA efforts basically. And as far as my service bus is concerned, so the Azure service bus queues are evolved and surrounded by many useful mechanisms that make it enterprise worthy. They are built into service bus and are able to forward messages to other queues and topics. And they have built-in header message queue and messages that are timed to live, that has control. Hence, messages don't automatically disappear after 7 days. So if you talk about this, probably you'll have to go ahead and read about what is a service bus queue and my storage queues. So I talk about my storage queues, which are a part of my storage itself. If you're not aware of storage, storage has 4 types of storage. One is my blob, one is my files, one is my queues, and one is my tables, right? So you need to have more information of what my storage queues is. Okay, now talking about what is Azure Redis Cache. So Redis is an open source in-memory data structure store used as a database. And then you talk about cache and a message broker. So when you talk about my Azure Redis Cache, that is based on the popular open source Redis Cache. It gives you access to secure dedicated Redis cache managed by Microsoft and accessible from any application within Azure. It supports data structures such as strings, hashes, lists, sets, sorted sets, with a big range of queries, bitmaps, hyperlogs, and indexes with radius queries. Okay. Another question we talk about is, why does not Microsoft Redis Cache have an MSDN class library reference like some of the other Azure services? Now, of course, when you talk about this is an open source, one very important thing. Now, my Microsoft Redis Cache is based on the popular open source Redis Cache and can be accessible by a wide range of Redis clients. And that is the reason we cannot just go ahead and put it into MSDN. Okay. So simple enough, just remember that. Because each client is different, there is not one centralized class reference on MSDN. So we cannot just restrict it, maybe you can say, right? So this is the reason we do not have any MSDN class library for my Redis cache. What is my Redis databases? So Redis database are just a logical separation of data within some Redis instances. The cache memory is shared between all the databases, and actual memory consumption depends on the key values stored in the database. For example, a C6 cache has 53 GB of memory, and you can choose to put all 53 GB into one database, or you can split it into a multiple set of databases. Then you have another question: why was my client disconnected from the cache? Okay. Now, when you talk about this, the following are some common reasons for cache disconnect. Now, my client side causes the client application was redeployed. The client application performed a scaling operation. In the case of cloud services or web apps, this may be due to auto scaling. The networking layer of the client side changed. Then you have transient errors occurred in the client or in the network node because of the client and the server. The bandwidth threshold limits were reached. CPU bound operations took more long to complete, and then you have my server side issues also, few of the server side issues also. On the stand cache offering, the Azure Redis Cache service initiates a failover from the primary node to the secondary node. Now, Azure was patching the instances where the cache was deployed, and this can be the Redis server updates or general VM maintenance. Then you have what is Azure Search. So simple enough, Azure Search is a cloud search as a service solution that delegates server and infrastructure management to Microsoft, leaving you with a ready-to-use service that can populate with your data and then use to add search to your web or the mobile application. So it works with REST API or .NET SDKs, of course. Few other questions. My web app still uses an old Docker container image, and I have updated the image on Docker Hub, which is basically the new portal what we talk about. So we are basically talking about container services. Do you support continuous integration deployment of custom containers? Now, first of all, for private registries, you can refresh the container by stopping and starting the web app, or you can change or add a dummy application setting to a force and refresh of your container. So this is what you can do. Now, talking about few other things, what are the expected values for startup file section? And I configure the runtime stack. Now, for JS nodes, you specify PM2 configuration file or your script file. For .NET Core, specify your compiled DLL name. For Ruby, you can specify the Ruby script that you want to initialize with your app. Okay. How your Azure Marketplace subscription is priced. So we have these models. One is monthly fee, so pay as you go kind of thing. Usage based. Then you have free software. So Microsoft gives you a free subscription. So free subscription is valid for a period of 1 month, and you get approximately $200 in that. So you can use that. Then you have the free. So this is for the customers who are not charged marketplace fee for use of the offerings, the Microsoft offerings. And you have BYOL, bring your own license. Okay. So these are the subscription models, basically how these are priced, you can say. So jumping on to the next one. What is the difference between price, software price, total price in the cost structure for virtual machine offerings in virtual machine? So let's just see. Price refers to the cost of Azure virtual machine to run the software. Software price refers to the publisher software running on the virtual machine. Total price refers to the combined cost of these two. Simple enough. I don't think so you need to get more details of this, because it's very simple. Price of VM, software price, total price. Total price is equal to price of VM plus software price. Now, the other question talks about what are stateful and stateless microservices for Service Fabric. So Service Fabric enables you to build applications that consist of microservices. So stateless microservices such as protocol gateway and web proxy do not maintain mutual state outside a request and its response from the service. Now my Azure Cloud Service Worker role is an example of a stateless service, and my stateful microservices such as user accounts, databases, devices, shopping carts, and queues maintain a mutual authoritative state beyond the request and its response. So this is how it works. Now, what is an application partition? Okay. Now, when you talk about the application partition are a part of Active Directory system, and having said so, they are directory partitions which are replicated to domain controllers. So usually domain controllers that are included in process of directory partition hold a replica of the directory partition. Now, maybe you can read some more information. My domain controller has 4 types of partition. One is configuration, one is schema, one is my domain partition, and then you have my application partition. So all the information related to the application goes in the application partition. So it actually again has nothing to do with the cloud, but then it's always good to know, because if you're designing and developing an application on the cloud, you can just go ahead and put that information in the application partition on the Active Directory server. But then it's very important for you to understand that we should have an Active Directory server up and running fine in the cloud. Okay. So these were few of the questions what we talked about as far as my interview questions are. Thank you all, and you have a great day ahead.
I hope you have enjoyed listening to this video. Please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment any of your doubts and queries, and we will reply them at the earliest. Do look out for more videos in our playlist and subscribe to Edureka channel to learn more. Happy learning!